Welcome, champions. How is everyone doing? You're becoming a big boy streamer, and my cat's already complaining at me. Well, as Shurshakens, Caius, and Parada have discovered, we got affiliate, and you can now sub. Woohoo! I am a little worried. Not worried, but it should have been alerting those subs, and I don't know why it's not. I might have to look into that real quick. How you doing, P-Dog? And again, thank you, Shurshakens, Caius, and Parada for subbing even before we got fully started here. We're gonna have to think of some more emotes. The only thing I could think of offhand was my little Zorbu Pog boy. So we're gonna have to think of some more. We have a few empty slots. How you doing, Sinister? Let's see. Hey, P-Dog, thanks for the Prime sub. You can also do that. Thank you very much. Xander emote. I'd have to make that like a sad face. All right, I need something. I need to get this something in the background here. We're gonna go with this. Let me know if it's too loud, too quiet. You know how we do it. Kane's thighs. You know that's not a bad idea. Oh yeah, but why? Okay, I do have to look into this real quick though. Those subs should be showing up with a little thank you, and they're not, and that's not okay. It's Warduke Day. We need more intense music. Maybe we'll switch it up when we get to Warduke, because there's also some goofy boys in this seat. Why is that doing that? It should be thanking my subs. Because that is not okay. That it's not. I mean, I'll thank everybody, of course, but that's not cool. Let's see. Where is that? Chibi, thank you for the sub. You guys are going crazy. But it is not fair that it's not alerting that. I gotta look into that real quick. I had this working, and of course, right now it's not. That's always how it goes, right? Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? Let's move this over here so I can at least look at it over this way. Well, whatever. Hey there, Pills. How you doing? This is the most Hew Maan music of all time, so good in your book. Oh, hey cat, where you going? She's got to finish her food before hiding. Stum Granite Hammer, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Let's see. Before my cat goes into hiding, I better show her off real quick. There she is. There's a kitty. What are you doing down here? Huh? She'll go into hiding soon because she hates it when I just talk. And yep. All right. Let's see if I can figure this out real quick. I hope it updates live. I've never tried to update a stream element overlay live. Need a kitty emote? That's not a bad idea, Shurshakens. She is a big part of the stream. Oops. Let's see now. Oh, is that seriously all it was? I'm gonna be mad if that's all it was. I don't actually know if Stream Elements will update live. We'll find out. Availability emote. Interested to see how we rank Beadle and Grimm. Can't remember how you ranked them before, but they are not very easy to place. Yeah, and they're definitely one on the bracket to be knocked down a bit. A lot of that utility came from... I mean, their availability is still nice, because that's kind of their whole shtick. But, yeah, click debuff was a a big reason for them. Yeah, sticky. And they're still useful for gold because of the debuff from Beadle, yeah, and Grimm. Let's see, how can I test that though? Can I go through and... Oh, what? No, no. That's the baseline stream elements thing. I'm gonna replay all of your subs real quick once I get it correctly. I had this all done. I'm so mad. Let's see. I'm so mad, dude. I had this all perfectly set up last night. We're gonna have to go... Let's see here. What? Man, I'm so irritated. You guys have no idea. I had this on lock. Does Warduke get S tier for being an Elminster qualified priest-tech DPS? Does Hew Maan live in B- with the other speed team? Does Nrakk get an S based entirely on the event buffs? Event buffs or not, Nrakk is very strong. You can't deny that. S tier though, that is a question mark. I'm gonna have to actually write some of these ideas down, because I do like the idea of my cat being an emote. And there was another one that was kind of funny. What was it? Oh, potentially a sad Xander. Look at my chicken scratch. Got a bit of a slow intro today, but I got to figure out this this sub notification, because that's just not okay that it's not working right. I'm so mad. We not Yep, that's all good. If you blew that up and added some string, you could have a conspiracy board. You know, Kais, you talk a lot of shit for someone who subbed as my second sub. And by the way, congrats on Shashakins for snagging that first sub. Didn't even get a chance to announce it that I got affiliate today. Well, last night. I was surprised they allowed, well not allowed, but so quickly approved my first emote, because I've heard horror stories from other people. They're like, oh, it took like a week, but it took like 12 hours. Maybe it's just because their algorithm detects it's just a variation of like a POG. I don't know. Because I know more explicit ones tend to take longer. And I can't imagine well, Kane's thighs might be explicit. That's another one I need to write. Okay, gotta figure out this. Cat, you gotta stop running on my foot, girl. Okay, I gotta just working out this sub alert thing. I'm very stupid, so it takes me a minute. There was something I had to do for the other ones, and I can't remember what it was. Now, let's just see if that's at least working. Nope. Alright, why isn't it working? Why is it still playing the other thing? This is irritating. We might have to use the, just the flat standard stream elements for now. That's not fun, though. But I don't want people to not get recognition for subbing. That's ridiculous. Not cool, not cool, not cool. It should be playing this, though. All right, let's just try one more repeat on Sure Shakens. See what happens. Oh, no. Okay. That worked. Okay. I think we'll just let that... The image is off. How did... was it this? We'll replay on, Caius now. Oh, I didn't save it. I'm an idiot. That's okay. We'll, let's see if that works. And we'll test that on Pirata! Hell yeah. That worked even less. Oh, that's because I did it wrong. Alright, let's test on P-Dogs. Or, there we go. No, I need to recenter the text now. It's so frustrating that I had this done. I must not have saved or something. I don't even know. Let's see. I need to... Where was that option? There it is. Okay. Tier list guy, immediate Twitch affiliate. Not immediate. I had to meet all the normal thresholds. Come on. How you doing, Kratos? The quality content you sub for. Hey now. I'll have you know. Shut up. You like that the last one is a bit bigger? Those are pretty small and mobile. Yeah, I'm working on... The image of the name is supposed to be centered and big, just like the follow notification. Hello, today's rankings are gonna be fun. They might be. We'll see. Okay. So, playing through who... That's interesting that... the way it's set up, it did stun Granite Hammer multiple times. That's strange. Let's go to P-Dog now. Okay, that should be a bit better, right? Right there. And we'll go through, I believe, Chibi was next. Hell yeah. There we go. And I believe that was a repeat on everybody. I think it should be working now. That's annoying that it wasn't at first. But, hey, you know, that's how things go sometimes. At any rate, for those who are just joining in, we reached affiliate today. Throw me a sub if you like. Hit up the, your Prime sub if you like. I would appreciate it, but not at all required. Anyway, time to move on from me fixing that. Whew. Alright. Stonks, Caius. Alright. Well, let's hop over to the game. Seat 8 today. We have... It's pretty interesting, actually. There's a lot of A's and a lot of C's. They're all kind of in that range. I guess there's a couple B's, too. But, definitely some that are probably going to fall. Some that will either stay the same or potentially climb. We'll see. And one who was in the F tier. Is she gonna climb out of that? Maybe, but, I don't know. Excellent, excellent. Cat taking a crap. We always love to see that. Oh, there she is. Yeah. Gotta make her self-conscious about it, you know. Okay, so... As is tradition, we'll start with the core champion, and take suggestions as we go through the seat. Yeah, let's just dive into it. I'll keep that right there. So, Delina, core champion of the seat. Feel like she has time to align with the stream at this point. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I think she knows that I'm doing this, and she knows she wants to go hide, so she's finishing her food, getting a drink, and crapping before she goes and hides. How you doing, Ovium? And then, there she goes scratching again, not actually hitting the litter to cover up her foulness. Anyway, Delina, Seat 8, core champion, DPS only, part of Heroes of Baldur's Gate. That is kind of the interesting thing to me. Uh-oh. Who's gifted? Thank you for the gift, Kratos. Feed pause due to scroll. Oops. That's not good. I probably need to make a different... a different thing for gifts, don't I? Oh, that I did forget to do. Anyway, much appreciate that, Kratos. This is gonna take 6 hours. Well, I appreciate that, Kratos. And now my cat is hollering at me. Oh, it's impossible to not just show her off. Look at that, look at that, look at that girl. What is she doing? What is she thinking? Meow? Does she think I'm insane because I'm just talking to the air? Subs get kitty. Pussy in bio. Anyway. Majestic girl. She is that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Kratos. Thank you. So, such a good champion, they decided to instantly give us a replacement when the game first launched in early access. Ooh. I will say, I don't think she's like the worst core DPS, obviously, with Jam in there, Jamla. However, we'll go over her kit. So, Surge of Power. Increase the damage of Delina by 50% each time she attacks. Excuse me. Up to a maximum of 10 stacks. Stacks reset 10 seconds after reaching max stacks, or after not attacking for 10 seconds. So, you see it's stacking up. That being said, it doesn't stack very high. Let's take off the familiars so she can actually sneak in the attacks. So, it goes up, but we're gonna cap out at like a, what, like an E8, low E8 maybe? Well, not even E8, reaching probably just E7. And again, we're talking my core champions are about 30,000, 3 E4 item level. Yeah. She barely, doesn't even get to E7 with that. Yeah. She's not nearly as bad after the rework. She's thinking of putting Delina with Xander? Oh, I don't know about that. Not being the worst just guarantees you're not at least an F tier. Faintest of praise. I'm not, we're not leaning into heavy praise here. Nowadays, she definitely isn't the worst evergreen. Back in the day, she was hot garbage, yeah. And being a part of the Heroes of Baldur's Gate, that's a fair affiliation. Not the greatest, but there's some good champions in there. But, Spell Bombardment. Increase the damage of Delina by 100% for each champion in front of them in the formation. So, you want her in the backmost column with as many people, well, let's use it, different people. Let's just use her affiliation. Vakonia. Shandi. Minsk. Kraiden. And we'll leave the rest empty because it only matters who's in front of her for that formation ability. Get some familiars back out there just cause. Loot that gold. So, Spell Bombardment with 13. Oh, right, and an additional for each Heroes of Baldur's Gate, so she does synergize even more with Heroes of Baldur's Gate. That's why it's 13 with only that amount ahead of her, but that gets it to an E11. Again, not the greatest, but for self-DPS, she has 2 self-DPS buffs. We're not talking crazy numbers, though. She does, however, also have Empowered Spell, does not show on her outgoing effects. Whenever Delina attacks, there is a 50% chance that their spell will burn for an additional flat amount over 6 seconds. Again, we're not talking crazy numbers here, but those are tied to her specialization choice. I just snagged one before I started. I probably shouldn't have. Let's see here. So she will either choose between increasing Empowered Spell or Surge of Power. Empowered Spell, it's always interesting because Empowered Spell technically will probably get you more damage because that flat 1e7 versus you saw the Surge was only scaling up to a certain amount, but it's also a dot and dots aren't necessarily the greatest. First potion of this stream. There will be more. Yeah, her specialization choices aren't the greatest. It's unfortunate she doesn't have one for her better scaling ability in Spell Bombardment. That is her best scaling ability. And there's no specialization for it. And her feats, I mean, she has an array of feats with a wisdom ability score increase, but yeah. You're never going to get peak numbers with her with investment, you know, and she's a core champion, so you're probably not ever going to invest in her even if you want to use her as your DPS for some reason, as far as smithing contracts goes. She's a serviceable damage dealer. If you have no other damage dealers available to you, she's better than the likes of Binwin or Ishii, but she's not even going to reach the likes of... I mean, I would say I guess she contends with Farida, and maybe can even edge Farida out a bit, but... How you doing, Arcus? Galkra, I have a drinking problem if we're talking about coffee while I'm streaming. Absolutely. But I know you're referencing the potions. No wonder they gave away so many specialization potions. It's to make sure streamers don't have to beg. Wow. Beg. When have you seen me beg? Farida has multi-hit? Not wrong. I forget if, does her Blizzard count as a multi-hit? Delina's? I actually don't remember. She does cycle through her Wild Magic Firebolt, and Lightning Bolt, which is a line for AoE, hitting all... Oh no, it's a small radius. Okay, so yeah. So single enemy with Firebolts, line of enemies with Lightning Bolt, and a AoE with Ice Storm. I think it does count as multi-hit. I'm not sure. It's AoE for sure. I don't know if it's a multi-tagging hit or not. It looks like it's at least a couple hits, but... At any rate, when we're talking DPS, scaling matters, and her scaling isn't the greatest. And core champion, though, you might use her every now and then, as she will always be up to your item level, you know, threshold. The armor shred is worth an E of scaling. You think it does count as multi? Yeah, Delina has that specialization that does the continuous damage, yeah. And you can buff Empowered Spell with that, which I hope one day we get a bit of a dot rework. I think dots need to become slightly more impressive than they are. But let's look at her availability. That's the wrong page, bro. We're going to this one. So, do I have that in the right scene? Nope. I didn't think I did. Availability. So, we're looking at she is good. So, available for Mert. She naturally has 15 con, so not only will she qualify for Dynahair, which is a part of her specialization, which could be important if you're using her, she will be available for Strahd as well, or Vajra, and Strahd she is also available for with her higher int, but she will not be available for Zariel, as she only has 9 strength and no strength feat, unfortunately. And as she is a core champion, she will not be available for Elminster. But she will be available for every Day 1 Trials availability, or eligibility, which in my opinion is quite important for a DPS, if you're going to use them to be available for all the Day 1. Pretty good assortment of ability scores other than that low strength. If she ever gets that 1 strength feat, she would be available for Zariel, and then would only be locked out of Elminster. But I don't think they're gonna do that anytime soon. Thank you for the follow, Zior? How you doing? So, good availability. Availability. How you doing, Ravenous? So yeah, previously we had her in I believe the C- bracket. Let's take a look at the old list. Yeah, kind of at the lower end of C-. Six out of 6 trials, minimum standard for pure DPS in your opinion, so perhaps not F. I don't think she belongs in F. Let's hop over to the current tier list. There it is. Let's see, let's take a look here. As far as just being a DPS, I think she's in like the Prudence Farida range of how she scales and all that. And her availability isn't bad. And she's a core champion, so she's always going to have item level for you. Her affiliation isn't terrible, though there are some kind of duds in there. I don't know, I see her kind of on par with Prudence personally. But she could be the D tier DPS for Delina, or right at the end of C- is kind of where my mind's going. D with Minsk? Yeah. It's always nice to see buddies. You could see low C- or D. Yeah, that's where I'm at. D for Delina. Yeah. Again, she's not the worst. I think she is right in that range though. Right there. Really. How are we for spoilers on the stream? Like, personally, I don't care. I know some people do. Above Esmeralda, yeah. I do think she's kind of right on that line. C-, she helps out for new game. Yeah, that's true too. She is a decent early DPS. If you can't reach bonds with Ashara, she will outperform, more than likely, Makos and Jamila. But as far as spoilers, let's, The problem is your comment being the spoiler is the issue, because then everyone will just read it. I don't care. Yeah, we could enter the spoiler zone. I just don't want it in a comment where people who didn't want to see the spoiler, the comment's just right there. Are you, that's not what I meant to do. Are you on the Discord? Caius? If you want to DM me the spoiler you want to mention, and then I'll consider it from there, if you wouldn't mind. Because I'm just curious now too, personally. Should I become a real streamer and just constantly shill the fact I now have a sub button? Where is it? Is it above me or below me? I actually don't even know, like in reference. Do you have a Discord, or are we... I'm talking the Idle Champions Discord. I have a personal Tyredack. It's called Tyredack's Crap Shack, where I just post my videos to make sure the link is working properly, but I might make the Discord. Moderating a Discord just seems like such a headache to me. One I just don't even have time for. But we'll see. I might make a Discord, or at least open up the Crap Shack. You're also curious as you have no idea what the spoiler relating to Delina is. She helps with Alcoria, getting enough magic attackers, but otherwise is one of the last choices for your DPS. Yeah, once you fill out your roster, she is very unlikely to do that. Oh, I actually mentioned that, Caius, when we talked about her. So, I did enter the spoiler zone for that. And how you doing? That's a lot of waves. Yeah, the spoiler wasn't about... The spoiler was about someone we've already covered, and I did go into the spoiler zone with her. Didn't I? I'm pretty sure. Or was that about... Oh, that actually might have been about someone else. Wait. Ooh, now I don't remember. I think I did. I'll have to go back and watch. If it's a person you think... I think I did. I think I did on the Seat 1 video. Once patrons stopped requiring all DPS, you stopped using her. She's very good right at the start. The last week of the Great Modron March, can we get a ranking of Jaheira and Nordom today instead of Saturday? Select this week's choice because you wanted update. I mean, I can give you just my opinion. Are you still working on Modron Cores, Tranimo? Because if you're working on Modron Cores, absolutely recommend Nordom. Nordom's ranking is not going to be high, simply because the buffing isn't great. However, if you're leveling cores, incredibly important to have. If you're not leveling cores, then you don't really need to focus Nordom at all. So, but if you are, I'd recommend. Have all cores all at 15, then I would not recommend Nordom, unless you need to fill out seat 9 for split the party or something, personally. And Jaheira's not too bad these days. She's not the greatest, but she's not bad, and now that she has a Ceramorphosis feat, you can squeeze her into AA teams. Yeah, S tier for leveling cores, and that is their only niche. Oh yeah, that's actually fair. Jaheira is also seat 9. I still have this vague, like, gnawing at the back of my head that she's still in seat 4, even though I know she was moved to seat 9. Yeah, and her auto attack, the vines are an AoE bud, even though they don't mention it. But yeah, I personally want to give Delina the very end of C-. I'll think about it more. D does need a few more. She is right on that line. Maybe we'll keep her at the gatekeeper of D for now. Same C4 keeps trying to claim her in your head. Yeah, it's hard if you used her back when she was C4 for a bit. That muscle memory just gets stuck in there, you know. But yeah. Oopsie doopsie. That's not what I meant. There we go. And get rid of the old tier list. Okay. So yeah, we'll keep her as the gatekeeper of D for now. Not the worst. I almost feel like, I just feel like that's almost too harsh on her, but at the same time, she's right on that line for me. D, yeah. Delina. Alright, so, now we've opened up a bit. We've got a lot of interesting ones to talk about that go up and down here. Is there anything anyone wants to look at first? Nrakk out of the way. Hitch is probably better as a DPS than Delina. Nrakk? Okay, we can do Nrakk. So, look at Hitch. We'll take a look at Hitch next. Hitch, I would say, is a better DPS than her if he still had his DPS tag, which he does not. Walnut for the lulz. Alright, so let's see if I can remember that Hitch than Walnut. Nrakk has become... He had his very niche uses back in the day. Before his rework was useful for them, but they kind of took away that usefulness and instead gave him a kit that just buffed hard. So yeah, he's actually really good. These numbers are inflated because of the, and I forgot that previously, but still under the green grass event buffs, which will be leaving in 16 days. However, this number is still very high without the event buffs. Way of the Kensai gets girthy. I was gonna say Key Strike. Yeah, Keymaster is definitely... That's the one that's very inflated right now. But yeah, so... Sometimes gets way higher with the event double dip. Yeah, if event buffs are weird right now. Yeah, so don't take these numbers. I do have him leveled up to 1,000, 1,600. Or 1,600, 1,600. These numbers are hyperinflated though. Keymaster is more likely at a 60 stack for me to be like in the E30 range. Way the Kensai is still pretty high without the event buff. Anyway, I probably should have done a run that started him off at nothing. With the event buff, you have E60, yeah. So, Way of the Kensai will start out very low, but will scale up with Keymaster. Based on the maximum number of key points Nrakk has at one time during this adventure, Way of the Kensai is increased for each of those key points, stacking multiplicatively. Nrakk can have at most 60. And so Way of the Kensai will buff all champions in the columns in front of and behind him. That is a girthy positional buff, very good, and in order to get key points, you're going to have to use his ultimate. Nrakk blasts a random enemy and gains key points. Reactive when the blue ring fills to the orange area to blast another enemy and gain additional key points. If you're on the money, you can get 30 total per activation of his ultimate, as long as you play the little Dead by Daylight minigame of not tagging the gen, and you can get 30. Now, one thing to note, there's a couple ways. How you doing, Void? You're late. You only missed Delina, and she got the Gatekeeper of D tier. We're on to number 2. So, you will do that. Now, the problem is with Stunning Strike, though. This is how he consumes his key points. When Nrakk has at least one key point before he attacks, consumes one key point to stun all enemies. Nrakk hits for 3 seconds. And, affected enemies will take more damage for each key point Nrakk currently has, stacking multiplicatively. So this debuff scales up. We're at 27 right now. At a full 60, it's clearly higher. Let's, well, no, it's fine. We'll just talk about it. You got one question, so you keep him at level 1. Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. I was going to explain that after I go over Stunning Strike, Parada. Oh yeah, yeah. You guys keep me in check as far as like shilling myself, so I at least have something to piggyback off of, so it's not just me shilling myself. But yeah, we got affiliate. Yay! Sub if you can. Don't even worry about it if you can't. Yeah, Stunning Strike, good debuff. Gives you even more damage on top of the girthy positional. So double buffer when you consider the debuff. But yeah, and as far as Parada was saying, so there's this checks and balances with Nrakk when you start out, in that you want Keymaster to stack to a total of 60, but Stunning Strike is consuming them. So there's a couple ways to combat this to get to 60 for a full buff of Way of the Kensai. Sorry. Autism attack. To stay in the, you don't have to stay in the same area. You can progress, Parada, because if you only level to 100 with Nrakk, you will have unlocked Way of the Kensai and Keymaster. You will not unlock Stunning Strike until his personal level of 120. I mean, he's leveled 6,000 right now, but so if you only level to, you think that, well, yeah, you can level up to, I say 100 because a lot of people just use the level 100 button, so one click, level him to 100, that's a safe spot. But I think you're right, Void, in that it's 80. Yeah, between 80 to 100. If you beat a stage while doing his ult, you'll auto-progress it and his ult, that's fair. But if you just stop at an area, use his ult, and keep progressing while he's at 80, not quite to 120 level, he won't be consuming them, so you can then just pause yourself, use his ult again, stack that all the way to 60 as you go. Or, what you can do, if you have Dungeon Master, his ult's on cooldown, but what you can do with Dungeon Master, use Nrakk's ult, get to 30, as soon as it's done, pop DM's ult to reset his ult, do it again, and as long as he hasn't debuffed someone in that brief period, you will get to 60 if you can get 30 on both of them. Yes, you can, Parada. You can progress as long as he's not consuming the key points with Stunning Strike. You can keep progressing. You're fine. It's just getting that Stunning Strike. That's the only thing that'll hold you up. But also note that Kensai cleave with every third attack. Nrakk cleaves multiple enemies, dealing damage in an area. This used to matter more when he was a DPS, but it matters now because it will be affected by the debuff, so it gives him an opportunity to debuff multiple enemies. And he still has his Githra's Eye focus, or I forget what the dexterity version is called. We'll just unlock his specializations to go over those. There you are. So this was nerfed from his previous iteration of this, but it also opened it up in that you can affect more than just wisdom, so hit and miss with it, right? He used to be DPS, would be nice for Dirge. Yeah, but his buffing sucked. He was used for this specialization. This was his only form of buffing the group, so he didn't have that girthy positional. He didn't have the debuff. He did stun, but he didn't numerically add damage with the debuff. Yeah, so you will choose between buffing either Wisdom of 14 or higher, positional formation abilities, or buffing Dexterity 16 or higher, positional formation abilities. This doesn't scale like it used to. It's capped off at certain thresholds that are much lower than it used to be, but this is still something you want to consider. Do you have positionals in your formation to buff? And if you're using the absolute adversaries, the choice kind of, yeah, it only affects positionals. That's a good point, Kalkra. It used to affect everything, and that's why Nrakk was actually good for gold find back in the day, because you would put him adjacent to Wisdom 14 plus gold finders, and you would boost non-positional gold find. Doesn't happen that way anymore. It's only positionals now. Which again, I'm not a fan of that, because I understand the game is leaning into positionals. But we just keep leaning into positionals. It was nice to have someone who buffed non-positionals, but alas. What I was gonna say is the Immortal Shield Wall Rip Solis. Yeah, that's true too, Caius. Rip Solis. Rip Jimothy. Rip Azak. Next was starting for a deck spec or Shadow. Yeah, that's what I was gonna go into there, Void. Basically, if you can put him next to Shadowheart in AA, the absolute adversaries, go Wisdom. If you can put him adjacent to Astarion instead, go Dex. That's kind of the options with the absolute adversaries. And the absolute adversaries is important because Nrakk has a Ceramorphosis feat. And as he is a Githrazai monk, he doesn't conflict with Will's folk hero for that team. So he's a great fit in many formations, including absolute adversaries, usable for Artemis, great for well, no, not great for Warduke. I was just putting the positional in my mind. But unfortunately, so yeah, not Warduke, sharing a seat, and not Krond either, because not evil and not strength. You missed all the fun stuff. Yeah, it was interesting, some of the shenanigans that were in the game that they keep phasing out. And Omen's Gold stopped being positional shortly after they fixed Nrakk to boost it, yeah. It is funny, the way they go up and down with that stuff. Yeah, no, so we're talking someone who can buff positionals. We're talking someone with a girthy positional of his own. Someone who also has a debuff, which now we should be able to fully stack it. Let's see if I'm stupid and miss it and don't get the full 60. Let's find out. This always makes me think of doing generators in Dead by Daylight. Am I gonna have to go loop a killer? Or am I gonna just get ganked and hook camped? There we go. So, Stunning Strike, 59, close enough. We're getting to an E17 debuff right now. Speaking of DBD, Vecna joined the game. That's crazy. I haven't looked into... When I last played Dead by Daylight was... Ooh, what's his name? The dude with the harpoon gun. Whoever that... I forget what that killer's name is. That was the last killer that joined the roster when I last played Dead by Daylight. So it's been a minute for me. I've seen some of the killers that have come to the game since then, but yeah, I didn't see Vecna. That's funny. So yeah, and we'll go over the whole thing. Nrakk also has Perfect Self, or Perfect Self. I don't know if that's perfect or perfect in this case. But while Nrakk has no key points, he reduces his ultimate cooldown by 1 second each time he attacks, and an additional 4 seconds each time he hits a boss creature. So this is a way for him to keep his ultimate coming off cooldown once he reaches no key points for his debuff. Altogether, Nrakk is really, really good. The killer is Dirge. That would make a bit of sense. So let's look at his availability though. Between your decks and how much this game lags on your machine, Nrakk is super frustrating to use. Yeah, that's why for those scenarios, I'd recommend, leveling him only to up to not to 120, under 120, unlock his ultimate, and you can just go at your own pace with that. It's not too bad. Change the music. I can, I'll make it slightly quieter for you. But I need background music. But welcome, Lazy Cat and Dark Warrior. How you guys doing? So, let's look at his availability. Of course, being neutral, he will not be available for Mert, but he does have the Constitution to be available for Vajra. He does have an Intelligence feat. As you can see, I have it equipped, making him available for Strahd. However, he will not have the Charisma to get into Zariel. Actually, wait, he does... Wait, yeah, he does have Entertainer. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, he can become available for Zariel. This is another case of Bite Glow being wrong. Because it seems to... The reoccurring theme here is the +2 feats seem to not always count for the Zariel. But yeah, so with that feat, can become available for Zariel. But will not be available for Elminster because he came out 2,227 days ago. Long time. However, naturally available for all Day 1 Trials restrictions. So, pretty good availability. 2 feats required, 1 for Strahd, 1 for Zariel. Unavailable for Mert and Elminster is the only holdbacks for Nrakk. Overall, decent availability. You've only really used him since the event buff, worried about the drop-off coming. I wouldn't worry too much. Obviously, he's better because of that. You know, there's no denying that. However, he puts out a really good positional, regardless of the event buff. And on top of that, Stunning Strike, Nrakk is just really good. He really is. Okay, yeah, Caleb Quinn, the Death Stinger? Is that what it was? Death Stinger? Is the guy with the harpoon, yeah. Mako Tsunami. Huh? If his event buff would be permanent, easy S tier, without it probably somewhere in the A, that's probably fairly accurate. Are we going to knock him for requiring manual dexterity for optimal play? I personally don't. Bayushi, we're basing it off the kit, and again, you can cheese it. It's not really even a cheese. Kind of cheese it to where you don't even really require the dexterity. If you really want to, don't level up to Stunning Strike and place a familiar on his ult, and he'll eventually scale to 60. I mean, it's a little more cumbersome to do it that way, but I don't think so. You don't require it for the buff, but you do for the debuff. If you want the debuff to perform at peak, then yeah, you need to be a little more on it for sure. But you only require it for the main buff as far as getting it to 60, because you do need to stack that up his key points to 60 to fully buff Wave the Kensai. His buff gets somewhere between E35 to E40 with only his positional, then plus the debuff, and get focus and agility. Yeah, I mean, Nrakk is really, really, really good, with decent availability, only being locked out of Mert and Elminster. Has a place in quite a few formations. A slight knock for being annoying and awkward? I just don't know if I don't even find him annoying or awkward. But that's personal, I guess. The whole... You can apply his debuff to an armor boss before leveling up. Yeah, I mean, again, there are ways around it. Like, if you really need the debuff, you can go back if you own DM and just stack him back up. I mean, I know people with terrible hand-eye coordination and terrible dexterity who can do this no problem. I don't know. I don't think that's a huge knock against him. Counterpoint, get good. Saying someone who never gets 30. You're weird with Nrakk, you understand. He's good, but you hate using him. Still, previously we had him ranked, let's see here. I mean, since his rework, I think he got into the A+. looking for that face. Oh yeah, there he is. Yeah. So he snuck into the A+ before. He's still in the A's. I'm not fighting that. Yeah, no, he's really good. Let's take a look at the current list. You should mention his mechanics are seriously annoying. Again, it's probably a personal take, I guess. I don't think they're that annoying at all. But, because even if you're just getting to 30 on his ultimate, the debuff is still putting out decent numbers. Not the best, obviously, but... yeah, I mean, it seems like a common consensus is still the A tier somewhere. A non-starter for you, E to F. I just don't agree with that. Even if you left him at 100, put a familiar on his ult, eventually got him to 60, and just relied on his positional because you hated that so much, his positional is enough that he beats out most positionals in the game, even not relying on his debuff. That being said, obviously he pops off the most when you can have both the debuff and the positional. As far as just his kit and raw numbers go, I see him being near Van Ursa levels. Potentially even better than Van Ursa, honestly, at peak performance. But that peak is annoying, so I'll grant that, I guess. Pressing a button a few times isn't a chore. Maybe below Spurt, you personally value Omen way more. It's really... yeah, I mean, different people will find things difficult in different ways, but you think above Van Ursa? I think it's in that bracket, like right in this area. Maybe even Gale, honestly, because Gale definitely is going to take a hit once those event buffs wear off. I still think Gale's a good kit. Not below Spurt. I agree, not below Spurt. If we're just looking at the kit for what it offers the game, absolutely not below Spurt. And again, regardless of where someone is ranked, you can just not use them if you don't like them. I'm always I'm always an advocate, rather, of just using who you enjoy. But we're going to rank people on their kit, and I think his kit is amazing for the game as a whole. Sorry for those of you with movement disorders, but really, you just don't mess with it. Well, I can sympathize with that. I don't know if this is a hot take or not. I have never been behind the concept that everything should be designed with that in mind. Not everything, of course. Some things should be, but it is limiting to a creative direction standpoint to always consider that for everything. There are people who want that challenge, and I know plenty of people with severe movement disabilities that can align Nrakk just fine, so I don't know. This is an idle game, and I can understand that concept as well, but they've always described themselves as that they've hated putting idle in their title. They never wanted to be considered as an idle game, but they are advertising themselves as one. But again, if you want to be totally idle, you can slot a familiar on his ult and level him up at a different pace, and there it is. A game built around finding optimal formations, not doing QTEs. But see, I just disagree that then in that case there should never be a champion who has any relation to that. Because you don't need to use Nrakk. You then say, okay, I don't like that. I'll pick someone else. But I don't know. I've never adhered to that. It should definitely be considered as a whole, but I don't think an entire game should be restricted to those confines, personally. There are plenty of champs who are 1,000,000% more annoying to use setup than Nrakk. I mean, Nrakk definitely is one of the harder ones to fully set up, and make sure they perform at their peak persistently. There's no doubt about that. You can repeat the entire process as many times as you want, just putting Nrakk in the background party and resetting. Yeah. You hate Nrakk, but he belongs where you put him. Well, at least you can agree with that, if nothing else, guys. Now, I mean, I get where people are coming from to a degree, but I think that is too creatively restrictive to hate a champion for no other reason than you just... I don't know. That's like, to me... Again, I can understand with them being advertised as an idle game that there's more credence there. But do I think every champion should just be, I slot them and that's it? I don't. But that's me. Mostly because I want to load up a formation and leave. He's anti-lazy. And again, so don't use him then, you know? But yeah. You like Nrakk or his E100 plus buff occasionally. Yeah, that level of buff will be phased out when the event buff goes away. Yeah, that's kind of where I am, Caius. They have the creative freedom to make a I don't agree with the bad part of that, but and you have the freedom to not use them. Yeah. If we're talking unfriendly, you should talk about Kroll stacks for Azaka farming. Yeah, that is fairly annoying, no doubt about that. But yeah, based on his kit and what he offers the game, Nrakk is just too good to deny as far as that raw kit. Very good boy. Let's see, we had Hitch on the table next, I believe. See, it was Hitch and then, was it Hitch and then Walnut? Is that what we had up? I already forgot, and I was sitting here telling myself not to forget. Oh well. Years in and still waiting for the gold chest Kroll feat. Gold chest Kroll feat. Oh, I see what you're saying. Years in, you still don't have his gold chest? That sucks. Yeah. Numbers are the most important thing in this game, and his numbers are actually broken. Again, once the event buffs fade, it's going to be less broken. However, still very, 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 very good. Very good. Hitch, Evergreen Champion. Feels bad, man. You really don't like Hitch, huh, Dark Warrior? You really do like wear your, how much you hate a champion on your sleeve. I'm gonna get to an area, moving my monitor as I click. We're gonna want him to ricochet multiple enemies, so I'm gonna try to get somewhere as we explain his kit. So, you didn't take his event buffs, and they're still pretty strong when he comes up in the weekly buffs? Yeah. Don't sign in for the newsletter, no Hitch. I didn't know Hitch had so much hate from you guys. So, Hitch. Previously a DPS/support, for quite a while now just a support. Evergreen Champion, unlocked via the newsletter. You don't hate him, just joking. There's Hitch protesters. So, natural performer. Increase the damage of champions by in that average to slightly above average range if their charisma score is 14 or higher. However, he does also have Ricochet, where his daggers have a chance to ricochet to another enemy, getting a stack, with each stack increasing, natural performer. So we're going to go somewhere where he can ricochet a couple enemies. So we can stack that up. Let's see. I do want a boss area. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He can only cap out at a certain amount of ricochets anyway. Oh, click damage. He went for a hike. There's 0 situations where you... Oh, where you go, dang. Glad Hitch is available. I mean, it really depends on who you use, for sure. And at the end of the day, he's probably not going to be in any ideal formation, but I don't think he's useless. Especially in the early game. With him in Artemis formation finally... Oh, Nrakk, okay. I was going to say, I don't think Hitch belongs in a Artemis formation. But yeah, no, Nrakk is good for Artemis. Split the party, yeah. Unlocking, especially if you're early in the game, unlocking a... Not only are you unlocking an extra person for that seat for split the party, you're unlocking a buffer, right? As opposed to Delina, who you're maybe or maybe not using at that stage. Having a buffer right away in that seat is nice for a newcomer to the game. But now that he's popping off... Oh no, it does... Yeah, no, I should go to a boss area. Those will inflate the numbers. Oh, it doesn't fade from... Oops. Man. Oh well. It's not a crazy scale, as you can see. We have his ricochet up to 44 stacks. Fades off by 10% every 10 seconds. With that, he's reaching E15. You think since the game rounds up for ricochet, he can get up to 9 consistent stacks? Yeah. It's useful to stack it up, but as you can see, it's not any crazy number boosting we're looking at here. As we went from an E13 to an E15 at 48 stacks. Consistently useful for charisma restricted variants, that's true too. Because in any charisma restriction, you're going to need to use a DPS with a higher charisma, and he buffs those with a higher charisma. And there's ways around that. I mean, you have... now we have the likes of Certainty, who can buff other people's charisma. So you can make people who weren't otherwise qualifying for it, like Zorbu at 13 charisma, with Certainty becomes 15, because I also have her with the feat. That makes it a +2 instead of a +1. So you can make anyone with a 12 charisma with Certainty qualify for Natural Performer. Now, is this ever going to be your go-to pick? Probably not. Obviously, his buff caps out at like a slightly above average. It's not positional. And it's restrictive in that it requires that charisma. So we're not talking a great support here, but serviceable in the times you can use him. Not the best though. Let's look at his availability. He is... Where are you? There you are. Hitch. So he is good. So he is available for Mert. He does have a lower con, and let's see his ability scores. Yeah, he's got nothing as far as... Oh, did I? I didn't get his Centaur one? Let's get that right now. I thought I did. Let's just throw that... I don't know. I don't care right now. Let's go here. Not available for Vajra. Does have 13 int to qualify for Strahd. Does have the strength and the charisma to qualify for Zariel. As an evergreen who was released 2,443 days ago, not available for Elminster. However, his decent TOT with a good spread does make him qualify for every day 1 trials restriction. So, not terrible availability, only locked out of Vajra and Elminster. Very early game, he's a useful boost to Jarlaxle's gold find. As a rogue, yeah. And if you're happening to use Jarlaxle as your DPS, Jarlaxle has a charisma, right? I think so. Pretty sure. Let's just find out real quick. Yeah, 14 charisma. So, now I gotta level him up because he's out here. It's just something I have to do. No more blue. Go away. So... yeah, previously, we had Hitch probably ranked too high, and so he's likely going to be one that takes a dip. We had him in the lower B. Now back then, when you're looking at who he's next to Morgan, he's next to Nordom, you know, that makes a little bit of sense, but in regards to how we have the list now, he's probably going to have to take a dip. He is going to take a dip. Let's take a look at it. Suplex him down. Let's see here. It seems like a lot of the buffing range for where he was being compared to before is more in the C- range. But his buff is restrictive and non-positional. Decent availability. Pretty standard, all things considered. A lot of people used him early on as a DPS choice. His dex is also high for dex core. Not wrong. But is that ever going to be enough to justify him over others? Aside from the flexibility of the buff, is he better in any way than his Force Grey buddy Calliope? Around Prudence? Potentially. Aside from the flexibility of the buff, is he better in any way than his Force Grey buddy Calliope? I mean, Calliope... yeah. Not really. I mean, his buffing numbers will get higher than Calliope more than likely. But Calliope just buffs everyone in front of her, which is a lot easier to use, and she at least gives temp HP. Hitch does get slightly better numbers though, but more restrictive in who he buffs with them. Yeah, I'm seeing I can see just ahead of her, just behind a Prudence. I actually kind of agree with that. And doesn't shield D for you. I can see, especially personal preference, him dipping to D, for sure. But comparing to the number, well, you know, maybe he does dip to D. Because, I mean, he's almost Brig equivalent, right? They kind of reach the same numbers. I think Hitch does get slightly better than Brig. And being man. Does his kit numbers add in his equipment numbers? Defer, don't waste more time on him. Hitch is Evergreen though? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Sinux, is Evergreen does edge him out a bit. First of all, welcome, great son of the mountain. How you doing? Does his kit numbers add in his equipment numbers? I don't know exactly what you mean by that. You'll have if you rank him lower than Delina. Yeah, I think he does go in like the lower C-. I think. Because he is just naturally restrictive, requiring the 14 charisma, which is still a lot of DPS out there. But non-positional, restrictive, not the greatest numbers. Yeah, I'm just not 100% sure what you're asking there, great son. When you open him up and look, that adds the equipment numbers. I still don't even fully like, I'm just not computing today. Like, to me, that just reads like, yeah, I mean, his equipment will increase. His, used to use him with Ashara way back when, yeah. I mean, everyone scales with item levels, but, because you'll scale his Ricochet, his all damage, and his natural performer with his items, his equipment. Yeah, Shara, way back in the day. But then that always hamstrings her not going potpourri nowadays, too. Yeah, I see him in the C- range. Almost dipping into D just because of how restrictive that buff is. Even with restrictions, I can see an argument, but Valentine for president. I can see an argument for C- or D. I do think he edges into C-, but not by a lot. So we'll keep him at the bottom of C-. He could become a funny centaur. Yeah, I mean, and that's fair too, is he does have the centaur glitch, but does that, now I'm curious, does that count the same as, Naeli, or are we in Calliope range with that? So Centaur is... Yeah, so that one does count for Ashara. Why doesn't Naeli's, man? That's so strange to me. They need to fix that. And I know, we talk about this every stream. I know we do. But, why doesn't this count for her? Why? Yeah, I think C- is good for Nrakk. Sorry, his gear that increases damage of all champions. I guess I'm still not, I mean, I guess I just don't understand the actual question. His gear that increases, like, he does have 2 all damage champ, and he will scale with those too as well, if that's what you're asking, yes. But he is a support and not a DPS. Some people use him as a pseudo damage dealer early on. He's asking about the numbers displayed in outgoing effects. You wish glitch feats would alter their appearance. It would be nice if the glitch feats were tied to the skins, but I understand why Centaur doesn't count for any bond. That's not true. It does count as potpourri, Calcra. That's why I was at 2 when I had them both out. It's not shown anywhere in his outgoing effects. Do you know anyone other than Nrakk that can provide a flat E50, E60 buff without having to synergize with the rest of the formation? Just need to do the 60 stack thing. Again, that's going to take a dip once the event buff wears off. But as far as that goes, I mean, let's see. Yeah, Jim is a big one. Potentially Evelyn if you push deep enough and invest in her. Yeah, as far as just how girthy of a position all that is, there's not too many. I just need to like look at a champion list now. Yeah, there's not too many, that's for sure. I mean, you know, you've got like Karlach and Crux who can reach high numbers. Maybe not quite that degree. Which apparently, hey, me considering words right now is hard for me. Don't worry about it. Jim's a bad mamma jamma. The event buff is boosting Nrakk a lot right now, but he is still one of the heaviest positional buffers in the game, even without that. He's up there, for sure. But yeah, so I do think I understand what you're saying now, Great Son of the Mountain, in that you're asking, do they show the all damage in any outgoing effect? No, they don't, as far as I know, if that's what your question is, yeah. So, yeah, who do we have up next? Was it Walnut? Oof, Walnut. Oh, Walnut. Walnut. Walnut, in my opinion, is in desperate need of a rework. But we'll go through her kit, as everyone else. F-tier time, Pog. Hey, if you want the new unique Pog, all you have to do is sub today, pills. Dev Inside says they're working on showing all effects in outgoing and incoming. That'd be interesting. That would be useful. Thank you for the showcase, Parada and Shurshakens. Can we just put her in C? Put her in C-. Oh, that is too generous in my opinion. But we'll go over her kit. Increase the damage of adjacent champions and champions in the top or bottom. The top and bottom is tied to her specializations. We'll go into that in a second. Of their column, for each enemy killed in this area, resets when changing areas. Walnut advocates in the chat. Now, the problem with this. 1, When she's fully stacked, we're looking at an E10 buff. Yippee! That being said, when we move to a new area, she loses all stacks. Her buff is literally 0 if you cannot kill things. Literally 0. And even when you do kill things, it's flat average to below average. It's not a good buff. There are ways to scale it up, and we'll go over her whole kit. She has Wolf Nut. Walnut uses Wild Shape to turn into a wolf whenever... I was looking at her gear real quick. I think... Yeah, Wolf Nut does have gear. Okay. Whenever she comes under attack, gaining temporary hit points for each enemy on screen. So, a way to be a tank. And lean into that tanking role. She will also increase the health of all other champions by a % of her health. Another way to be a tank. Pen Pause increase the effect of Documancer, her main buff, every 2 seconds that Walnut is in wolf form. So it will go up while she is in her wolf form, which requires her to be under attack. So if you can scale it up and she gets under attack, that will make it buff more. The problem there is if she's getting under attack, that means you're not killing things, and if you're not killing things, her buff is 0. So if you're not killing things, what are you buffing from 0? 0. Nothing. It's such a weird synergy, anti-synergy really. Because if she's getting attacked, you're probably not killing, meaning the buff is 0, so what are you buffing? Huh? But we'll go over her specializations. You're just gonna mention the old? Yeah, I'll go over the old as well. Buff entirely gone. Woo! Above Hitch. Sorry, just F for Walnut. You like Walnut's skin? That makes her a tree instead of a wolf. I'll look at her skins in a second. But her first specialization choice will affect who she buffs with Documancer. Documancer now also applies to all champions within 2 slots of her, not just adjacent. Or like I had before, also top and bottom, but that increases it by 200% as well. Thank you for the follow, Dark Warrior. I thought you had already followed. How dare you not follow me before? Oh, that reminds I do need to change the color of the sub name to orange, not blue. Blue's harder to read in my opinion. Or Documancer now applies to all champions, but is not buffed. So you can make it buff everyone, just not scale it with that option. So yeah, then she will also increase it based on each target of Documancer is buffed for each of these buffs also affecting the target. And that is those who are in her affiliation, being Cathris, Donner, and Rosie. Or increase Documancer for each champion in the formation who is not affiliated by a smaller amount. Would have subbed as well if Hitch went to F. What now? So, if you happen to use her, you will either slot her with her affiliation, or pick this one if you're not. And yes, that helps scale it up a bit. We'll throw in people just to showcase what it can be. Just throw in a bunch of random champions who are not affiliated. And that scales it up to a whopping E11. And we're talking at her full 50-50 stack. Now, if she came under attack via Wolf Nut, scaling with a Pen Pause, we'd probably scale it to like an E14. I guess we can showcase that as well. Let's, well, now, where would I even go for that? Because Briv is probably going to take all the thread anyway, and I can't slot multiple people to scale that up all the way either. Man, every time I do my double click, it moves my camera. AoE boss, yeah. In this Wow, I can't think. Adventure, I can't think of anybody like an armored boss with AoE that I could use, but we might as well see if we can get her in her wolf form. Let's see, where's the tree skin? I don't see... Or is it for when she's transformed? You don't use Twitch, so you follow people even less, but you followed now, and in the end, isn't that what matters? Yeah, just watching at the end of the day is what matters. Even if you're, what's the term I'm looking for? Contrarian, there we go. The only good thing you can say about her is that she increases Jim's fan club, and Evelyn's Lathander's Grace. Aside from that, don't unlock her unless you own all other champions. Yeah, Pills, that's pretty on point. So, she's turned into a wolf, she's under attack. And that's scaling it up. We don't have as many people slotted, so it wasn't at that E11 for 50. Out of 50, we are here. Yep, that is the most important thing to me. But I will say, while we're waiting for this to stack up, I guess I need to get a couple kills, huh? We need to kill 50. While we wait that to stack up, though, if there is enough interest beyond Idle Champions, because we're going to go through the seats eventually and then be done, we might do more with Idle Champions. But if enough of you are here, just for the stream, we'll go into other games. And if you guys want to be here for that, or if you have any games you might want to see me play, just let me know. I threw around the idea of going through the Final Fantasies, old school, like Final Fantasy 1 up. We'll see what happens. Oh, thank you for the sub, Bayushi Akira. How you doing? I know we were talking earlier, but thank you for the sub. Mass Effect tier list? Ooh, I actually haven't played Mass Effect 3, so, or Andromeda. I played 1 and 2, love 2. 2 is goated. I love Mass Effect 2. You'll give a sub regardless of Hitch's placement? Well, thank you, Bayushi. You're not a contrarian, you just have your own views. Yes, but you wear those views even more, you try to put your views on others' sleeves. I'm here for it, though. Thighs tier list in Final Fantasy games? Well, I mean, we know Kane's an S tier. Who else has just, like, thighs? I mean, Ashe, her skirt is basically a napkin in Final Fantasy 12, right? And Tifa. Okay, anyway, let's not get sidetracked by thighs at this moment. So Penpause is 50 of 50, and Documancer is 50 of 50. That's getting into an E12, again, with the full formation slotted, with her buff. That's gonna, for me, in my case, get to like an E14. We're talking an average buff to slightly above average. She does have a few ways to scale it, but again, we're talking about a champion. Thighs are where it's ass. You mean ad, indeed. Yeah, just the simple interaction of you move to a new area, you lose everything. It's a 0, a literal 0, not even a flat buff, a 0. But she can scale it when she comes under attack. But if you're coming under attack in a new area, you probably haven't killed anything. It's going to remain 0, a 0 buff. I hate it. However, I will go over her ultimate as has been recommended. Her ultimate is decent for certain scenarios, and that's a common theme actually in Seat 8. Walnut summons a swarm of lovable forest friends to attack all enemies. Each enemy killed heals the party by 10% of their max health. If no enemies are killed, the formation gains temporary hit points equal to 100% of their max health. And it's a great armor shredding technique, though when it first came out, it was, woo, if you weren't here, that was Walnut's niche, was you'd throw her in to just shred armor when she first released, because it demolished armor. Nowadays, oh hey, thank you for the sub, the prime sub from Senium. How you doing? Thank you. But that got nerfed. It's still decent, but it's not like it was. Nowadays, that's Corazon, yeah. Her ult was like Corazon's, even, it was probably on par, yeah. It's so easy to fix her, just make it start at 1 and not 0. Exactly, Sinux. I don't know why that hasn't happened. The fact it literally, when you move, becomes 0, I can't think of any other buff in the entire game that's based on stacks that goes to hard 0. I don't think there is another one. Didn't know about that. Seems like you just liked her so much you didn't even pick that info up. Dungeon Master? Not his buff, though. Or, oh, for age, though. I mean, yeah, that's it. But that just requires a formation change, right? That's not like you move to the area and he's buffing 0. Yeah, so like right now he is 0, but you just need to slot someone who will buff that up. It fills a niche, the only 0% buffer. So yeah, I mean, there are ways to get 0. But I mean, when you're in a formation where you have the buff going and then progress, then it goes to 0. I can't think of anything that does that. Crux restarts at 0, but it's time-based. Yes, but that's to buff his formation ability. His formation buff is still active, just at a lower percent. It's not 0. Because all hands on deck is just a flat buff. He'll move, and for me, he starts out at E28, and then it scales. I just can't think of anyone that starts at a hard 0 like that. Again, other than mechanics like DM who require at least one person under 20 to be slotted. But again, you know that's coming, so you know you at least have to slot one person, and then boom, he'll always have at least a buff. The real problem is that you need to kill and you can't kill at your wall, and then buff goes to 0. Exactly, Kalkra. And especially when she has a mechanic that scales off you not killing people. Why scale off not killing things when you need to kill something to buff anything? All of this to be said, I'll go over her availability in a second, but that's all kind of leading to the fact that I put her in the F tier. She does technically have some niche uses. Personally though, when you're 0, literally 0, the only champion in the game that can get to 0 like that, in that way, and you have a mechanic that scales off not killing things when you need to kill at least one thing to even give any buff, that is so conflicting. I can never in good faith recommend unlocking Walnut. And that's why I put her in F. We'll see what happens with everyone's consensus here. I don't foresee her climbing very high, if at all, but we will go over her availability. I was really hoping that affiliation would get a season before seasons crashed, but alas, they did not. You don't think she deserves F just because of... I mean, yeah, she does have a little more synergy with Acquisitions Incorporated these days, but we'll see. E minus Xander is no Walnut. You consent to F. Xander stays in F, she deserves to be there too. Friends don't let friends unlock Walnut. Oof. Oof. Yeah. Anyway, availability. Let's go. Dude, I forget where I heard it. The other day, I heard the Halo announcer. I haven't played a Halo. I tinkered with Infinite when it first came out. Didn't like it. The last hard Halo I dedicated to was Halo Reach. And I heard the announcer's voice the other day though, and it's in my head constantly. Kill-tacular. Kilimanjaro. That's just stuck in my head now. Every 10 minutes I hear it. Anyway, Walnut availability. Walnut availability. We are looking at a neutral champion, so she is not available for Mert. She does have 14 con, so she will be available for Vajra. As far as any ability score increases, she has none for feats. So what you see is what you get, meaning that 10 int makes her not available for Strahd, and that 8 strength makes her not available for Zariel. And she came out 1,779 days ago, so not available for Elminster. And because of that low strength and low charisma, she is locked out of 2 day 1 trials restrictions. Her availability is not good. 1 patron and 2 day 1 lockouts. So on top of her kit not being the greatest, she does not have the greatest availability either. You unlocked her for free, she's been useful. Yeah, free's about the the only way I'd recommend. Reach was the best. I liked Reach quite a bit, actually. Reach was a sweet spot for Halo, where they added, the jetpack for the mobility and just some other unique mechanics, but they hadn't added sprint yet. I am a big advocate of sprint not being in a Halo game, but we don't have to get into that that rant. We don't need Call of Duty and Halo. You can have both of them separate from each other and both be unique fun games in their own rights. Halo was the sweet spot for Halo. I thoroughly enjoyed Halo, Halo 2, Halo 3, and Halo Reach. Thoroughly. ODST was fun for the campaign, but yeah. Wasn't huge on 4. Did not like Infinite. Yeah, I did not like Infinite at all, personally. Also for Gale right spec and to manipulate DMRNG. Oh, for the, yeah. So, like I said, we had her previously in F tier. I can see an argument for her not remaining in F, but I can't in good faith raise her much higher. Because one of the big arguments now is that there is pseudo-synergy with the acquisitions incorporated. I mean, it is just synergy with the acquisitions incorporated. Is that enough to justify using Walnut, though? I don't think so. I think she is a Kent, and this isn't a spoiler territory. As far as I know, there's nothing being looked at with Walnut. She is in desperate need of at least a little tweaking. Yeah, just that 0, man. Is she better in any way than Xander, the gatekeeper of F, since Ishii and Binwin should be below him where they aren't seat-filling E? And again, probably after I finish this stream today, I'm probably going to just make F tier, and it's possible Xander will be ahead of Ishii and Binwin, because Xander will probably be used more than Ishii and Binwin, even though he's memed on. Nothing can justify Walnut. Yeah. Walnut is a tank in very restrictive variants, and that's about the only time you will use her, though, right? But that's the same scenario with people on the bottom. The only time you would ever even consider them is if no one else is available. But Xander needs a friend. Eve Spec, Jim Spec, and Omen Spec are really good with her. I don't know about really good with her. I don't think her terrible buffing justifies the boost they get from it, personally. Okay, you use that affiliation. You've rallied for Cthulhu, but Walnut, fuck no. Yeah. So let's say I do take away the E tier, right? If we were looking like this, where do you guys think Walnut goes? Dead last F- in front of Binwin. Not if you have another choice, but she's still not the worst choice with them either. G. Ahead of Xander, only Jamila can be lower. Then you could bring back F tier for champions you haven't reviewed yet. That's true. Although we're getting to the point now where that list isn't getting too crazy anymore. Last, yeah. There's a lot of people wanting her there. I do think she could be in this range rather than dead last, just because of tank and just because of synergy potentially with the acquisitions incorporated. I could even see, like, anywhere in the F tier is where I can see her. I really can't in good faith ever recommend Walnut. I can't. Glad we created We Hate Walnut fan club here. It just keeps digressing. But again, that's the problem. I just can't in good faith recommend her. So she needs the low rank in that regard. A scaling 0% is, oof. Need to be worse than Xander to qualify as F. She can attack really fast. That makes her better than Walnut. Make Z tier. I just keep seeing new tiers. We need a W tier for Walnut. We need to make a U tier. We need to make a Z tier. Alright, here's the question. Here's the real question. Who's worse? Walnut or Xander? Just say Walnut or Xander. Who's worse? I should figure out how to do a poll. Xander. Walnut. And rework them. I don't think CNE cares about me, Kratos. So we don't have to worry about that. I think it's just slash pull. Walder? That doesn't help me, Cenium. Xander, at least Walnut is a tank with a heal ult. Zalnut. Now you guys are just confusing me. Walder and Zalnut. And when we consider who Xander comes from, combining Nut with that name is just funny because, well... What seed is Xander again? I don't know if I should go on this tangent. Tangent or no? It's a spicy tangent, yes or no? Xander in Seed 5, which honestly is part of his meme status? Yeah. Yes. No. Move along. I saw a lot of Xander's being worse, though. And I do think with Acquisitions Incorporated and a tank with a heal mechanic, Walnut could, in a way, be construed better than Xander, but... yeah. The more funny thing about Diath is, Diath? I don't remember. I gotta just talk about it now, just briefly. Anyone who doesn't know, Xander was previously a different character based on the, I guess, YouTuber. I think that's where he's mostly known from, Pro Jared. And regardless of him, I'm not going to go into him or any of the shenanigans and why they replaced him. But all I can say is anytime I can think of Pro Jared, all I can think of is that dick pic picture of him that floats around. That's the only thing I can see. And so I always think of that when I see Xander too, and I just... ugh. Anyway, Side quest? Oh, you vote for side quest. Yeah. This side quest isn't a good side quest, though. When we have to talk about Pro Jared's penis, it's not a good side quest. Yeah, so I'll probably be just yeeting the E tier, and we'll make this the new F tier. You regret your choice. Does it even matter who is worse? You mean it's the F tier? Yes and no. I mean, people are ahead of others for a reason, and we're all just here to talk about it anyway. If you don't want to chat, what's this about? Did we have anyone else up next? I don't think we did have a quarter on the machine yet. Did we? Can we see Vlahnya? You know 0 things about her? There's not much to know about her, but yeah, we'll go Vlahnya next. Let me pop off Coffee 1, though. Coffee 1 down. Move my notebook. Now someone has to put level 20 legendaries on Walnut to prove everyone wrong. But those are just legendaries. That doesn't remove the fact her kit is garbage. Nixini is mostly aware who sucks. A champ you have in D is a champ that will likely be put in F coming up the reworks. Bidwin and Ishii ahead of Walnut. Big bad Beadle. Oh, we did we have Beadle on? Well, we'll go Vlahnya then Beadle. Well, Grimm and Beadle. She's necessary to use a bad DPS who doesn't play with Artemis even though she's positional. Literally never heard anyone mention Vlahnya in either a good or bad way. No one has to know. Vlahnya is... and that is kind of Vlahnya, right? Vlahnya is. But we'll go over her kit. It's more confusing than it has to be when you look at all this crap. But Vlahnya has a use and that's her ult. That's fair. But her ult also has weird things that don't work quite right sometimes. But she gains 1 stack every time you collect a coin drop. For treble. This will also gain from base. Gains 20 stacks when a champion adjacent to Vlahnya gets a kill. Increase the damage ahead of Vlahnya for each stack. And tempo, well, they really like position this weird now too. Did it used to, has it always been positioned like this? That's weird. It should just be treble, bass, and tempo and then show you the stuff. Anyway, and she'll gain 4 stacks anytime a champion other than Vlahnya attacks. So since she's alone, no one's getting the kills and no one's attacking, she's not going to scale as hard. So we're going to get more people in there to scale her up a bit. Yeah, that's her main source of damage buffing is through enthralling performance, which will buff everyone ahead of her. And there it is. Increase the damage of champions ahead of Vlahnya per stack. And she used to be way worse when her ult didn't stack her up like it does. Just put her dead in the middle. Vlahnya's player, also a person recently canceled for crappy behavior within the RPG community, who also happens to be a former porn star. Yeah, I forget what her name, Satin Phoenix, I believe. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that, which I always found funny, that they canceled ProJared like instantly and changed his character. But there has been some crappy stuff about other champions they've never changed. But, well, it's whatever, you know. Nothing I can do about that, nor do I care enough to yeah. I don't know if they changed her achievement, but it's awful. Oh, I don't remember what her achievement even is. Wasn't there something about Solok? I don't think... Is Solok even based on... I thought that was just an original character. I think they removed all bundles from the shop with Solok's creator. Yeah, I have no idea about that one at all. I'm not even I'm not big on the whole cancel crowd. Like, the only thing I have ever personally, like, canceled out of my life is, like, someone who is actually, like, a pedophile or someone who is actually, like, a murderer. Like, really bad things. Differencing of opinions is... I don't care about that at all. But, like, man, the only thing I can think of that I've ever removed from my life from a cancel perspective is anyone who is familiar with the band Lost Prophets. Holy God, that lead singer is a terrible person. As soon as I learned that, I just, yeah, had to never listen to them and remove them from all playlists I've ever had. Wow. Person who played Solok was recently outed as a sex pest. Well, that's rough if true. DM and Grandma love the young ones. Yeah. You think it's free with her ult after they changed it a while ago? Yeah, so... I don't... Yeah, no. I forget how... So what was she a part of? Oh, I've missed who don't I have an achievement for from this event? Oh wait, I don't think I finished Diana, did I? Nor did I finish Grandma. I need to still do those. Oops. Congrats on the affiliation. Thank you, the Nautical Menace. Welcome back. How you doing? The entire music industry is filled with terrible people. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. Vlahnya's Feast of the Moon. Thank you, Pills. That's what I was looking for. Max out all 3 of Vlahnya's enthralling performance bonuses at the same time. Is that what you were thinking of? Seed 8 already? You just don't stop? I mean, I have a schedule. 3 days a week, we just been pushing. Doing well, love your rework tier list so far. Thank you. I appreciate that. Although, you can't deny that you guys have helped too. And that's the point. Were Vlahnya and Xander part of some group? What's the origin? I don't think they're tied together. Xander's tied to other people. You can find it pretty easily if you want to. I don't want to go on too hard of a cancel tangent. But I just thought, for me, just the Pro Jared thing is funny because that's all I can think of when I see Xander. That's the only reason I brought it up. But of course, we're talking about Vlahnya now, so it's no surprise. Pearl just maxes out instantly. Yeah, I get that. I see. Yeah, I haven't used Vlahnya in so long. The only time you think about Vlahnya is when you reread Orisha's Ariza. That's always so hard for me to remember. Positional ability. Yeah, you should make your constant clicking a channel emote. How do I make a sound and emote? What? Anyway, let's dive back into Vlahnya here. She also has Siren's Call. Increase the effect of Vlahnya's enthralling performance by 200% for each champion in the formation with the Sirens of the Realms affiliation stacking multiplicatively. That's not a great affiliation, all things considered, because it requires Brig, Vlahnya, and Ariza, who all are pretty dead on average to below average. I don't care for it. I guess I probably should have done the other one, but that's whatever. We'll talk about that when we go over Ariza. But we'll slot in more people still, so you can get the kills, we can get her stacked up a bit. I guess I could just use her ult as well, but whatever. Let's just fill it up. So, you can see it's scaling up higher than it was before now that people are slotted. And current stack's 300 out of 300. But, as was stated, ultimate. Vlahnya leaps into the fray and instantly teleports up to 10 non-boss enemies away, permanently removing them from combat. However, it also maxes out all stacks of enthralling performance. So her ultimate would be another way to get the full max out. But again, at fully maxed out, we're looking at an E11 buff, teetering on E12, and she's in, for me, the 150 to 200 item level range. But she's never going to scale that hard. She is only a support, and while her ultimate is interesting in that it warps things away, it doesn't necessarily work on a boss area the way you'd want it to. If you're looking to progress a boss and you use that to take away all the trash and kill the boss, usually you're going to have to kill the boss again, and it didn't count. It's just weird the way it works. The only time you should make a... the face I make. Do you really want my face as an emote, though? This ugly mug I don't think is behooving of an emote. Vlahnya's purpose is removing enemies from boss levels. Don't try to convince me she has other abilities. But that's the thing, Slicktastic, too, is whenever I've done that in the past, it doesn't actually count as progress for the boss area. So then what's the point? I guess, yeah, for Azaka farming, potentially, but since you need to spread Kroll's Pilfer if you're using Kroll, that's actually counterintuitive with Kroll for Azaka farming, but potentially. But yeah, Mood with Havilar, yeah. Also, Certainty does that better. Actually, yeah. Because she does warp too, doesn't she? It was Certainty, right? Yeah, Brashram, certainly a large toy airship flings up to 10 enemies off screen. So yeah, I don't know if I've tested that. Does Certainties work the same as Vlahnya's as far as like boss progression, where like doesn't technically count? Unless they fixed that with Vlahnya. I don't think they did though. I actually never tried that. Huh. It doesn't fling the boss? Yes, but with Vlahnya, if you warp out all the trash and kill the boss, it usually doesn't count as progressing the area of a boss. Does it with Certainty if you wipe out all the mobs? I never tested that. Do I have any bosses left? I'll probably just kill him though. But I could. You believe so? I don't know, but the Artemis face, you know the one, definitely should be an emote. Oh, the one I used on the app to make him smile. Is that what we're talking about? That might be a good emote actually. That could be a good emote. I like that idea. So far we have Sad Xander, my cat, Kane's thighs, and Artemis's smile. That would fill up the 5 free, affiliate emote slots I have. Combined with the pogging Zorbu. But yeah, so again, we're talking pretty low buff that synergizes with an affiliation that is not a pop-in affiliation. And that's what she got. She got the ult can be useful, but that's about it. Like, all of this is just a lot of ways to say, you know, ways you can up. Or where I keep going here. Here's where I should be highlighting the E12, not the E11 from that. But yeah, we're talking an average buff, and you have to work to get that average buff, and that's it. We'll look at her availability though. She is good, so available for Mert. Her low con restricts her from Vajra, and as far as ability score increases goes, she has a dexterity, and that's it. Then we have 13 int. She does have 14, so she qualifies for Strahd, but she does not have the strength to qualify for Zariel, and she came out a long time ago, 10 days ago, not available for Elminster. And because of that strength, and because of that constitution, she will be locked out of 2 day 1 trials. She is at that 78 TOT, which could be construed useful with the current theme of TOTs 78 or lower. So there is that rare case you might use her for that. But we're talking 3 lockout patrons, so only 2 out of 5, and locked out of 2 day 1 trials. Not great availability. Average to slightly below average. As far as where we previously had her ranked, we were looking at... Oops, did not mean to do that. We were looking at... I think she's in the C-. Right in that same range as Delina. Might take a bit of a dip. Might be still in that range. Let's take a look at the current list. Or the new list. I guess that is technically current. I don't know. How would you phrase that? I guess I didn't go into her... Well, we'll cover her specializations real quick. It's a very simple selection. Gotta go through those potions. And give her the fair time. Boop, 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 boop. So, you will either choose to apply that enthralling performance to champions in the same column as her. So in this scenario, in this affiliation, it's everyone ahead of her and in her column, so you don't miss out on anyone. Or increase the effect of enthralling performance if Vlahnya is in a column by herself, or with only one other champion. This isn't a formation you would probably use that on, as that means she's either here, buffing whoever's in the front, or by herself here. But there are some formations where you would utilize that. We need a respec potion emote. I mean, that could be kind of funny, I guess. Because that could multi-serve purposes for other games where there's any kind of potion. I'll write that down as an option. That would be kind of funny. You're still deciding if you should unlock her or not to get DM RNG for Artemis. A lot of people really hinge on not unlocking things to min-max getting Artemis from DM. And I understand it. Press F to pay respect. Egbert. Egg. Just an egg. I'd like to foresee emotes to have multi-use beyond a specific niche, right? Like the Zorbu pogging, to me, that's just a pog replacement, right? That can be used in many ways. Artemis smiling menacingly could be used in many ways. Yeah, the respec potion has some multi-use. What multi-use would an egg have? 2% for each epic and achievement and whatnot. Yeah. Which isn't crazy, but I'll always recommend fully unlocking, but I can understand if you're in that position of, no, I only want to unlock Artemis with DM, but... Which is why I recommend Dirge these days, so you always have your DPS no matter what. Anyway, let's take a look at that tier list. Egbert, but his head is egg-shaped. Egghead. Egghead move. Oh, kind of like a forehead kind of thing. To be clear, unlocking her would boost my Artemis RNG. Yeah. Is she better than Brig? You don't think so yourself? Technically, Brig puts out better numbers with less work. Honestly. Now, are we talking a lot, like much better numbers? No, but because I think he sits in like the E13 range, right? And the highest we got Vlahnya with her ult was an E12. And I think they're relatively, I mean, they're pretty much the same, honestly. Like if she had, I mean, here's where I'm thinking, right? This is what's happening in my brain right now. I think she's kind of a D tier champion, like Brig. The way people with those buffing numbers get out of D is by having some kind of other mechanic to offer. Other than her ultimate, she doesn't. Is her ultimate enough to keep her out of D? I don't necessarily think so, but I want to hear from you guys. D because she needs other champions to be better, and those champions are not that good. Yeah, and it even doesn't boost her that much either. You're never unlocking Brig or Binwin. I mean, that makes sense for hunting down Artemis with DM for sure, Cynics. Is anyone going to argue this placement of Vlahnya? That's where I'm at right now. Kratos thinking D. The more champs that get released, the less that'll matter. Why is E so empty? Slick, we're going to just be removing E, because E to F, there wasn't enough of a distinction. After this stream, I'm going to remove the E tier, and we're just going to work with D to F. You don't know or care behind K'thriss. You know what, I will say, actually, I will bump K'thriss over the Sirens, because K'thriss, while his kit isn't the greatest, he does have that synergy with the acquisitions incorporated, right? I could see K'thriss being bumped over the Sirens. Justice. Hey, there's give and take with you, right? Every now and then I'll agree with you. How's it going? Oh, I know you told me briefly how to pronounce your name before, and I've already forgotten because I'm a terrible person. Was it... I don't remember if it was Jivo, or like... Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'll call you Cresta. How's that? I'm probably even pronouncing that wrong. I'm not seeing much argument from anybody here. I do think Vlahnya's in the D tier. And I can see K'thriss being bumped above the Sirens for sure, so, yeah. Is it Gavo? Is that how you pronounce it? Gavo Krista? Always like to try, and I'm usually wrong. I believe next up we had Beadle and Grimm. What's who we were going to look at next? You're just trying to make an argument for an egg emote, Cynics. Oh, it's getting warm in here. Woo, spicy. Ow, damn. It's just Grimm, show them both. We'll get to that. I'm gonna need a lot of you to just like record a voice clip. This is my name and how to pronounce it. Click. Beadle time. You have a feeling your boys B and G are about to get done dirty. They're about to likely be shuffled down a bit, absolutely. Hard dirty, we'll see. Yeah, right now, I mean, we go by Fahrenheit. where I'm from, what is, I'm from somewhere where it gets quite hot. I don't know if we're quite triple digits today. We got some wind, but I've been triple digits within the past week or so in the Fahrenheit. My name is... Here, I'm gonna go for it. Asmora Namar. Yeah, no, I give up. This is how to pronounce my name. Daddy? No, Dark Warrior. No. Okay, Beadle Grimm. Oops. It's inevitable that they're going to drop. A huge positive for Beadle and Grimm is they are a tag team champion combo. You use their ultimate to swap who is currently in their seat. There are some shenanigans you can do with this, like if you're working on, what is it, Survival of the Fittest for Xeraphon, you can do something like slot Grimm to be a barbarian, slot another barbarian, then tag out. I did that backwards. You can slot Grimm to be a barbarian, slot someone else like a rogue, swap to Beadle, who is a rogue, and now you've opened up barbarian for a different barbarian. Does that make sense? Because they will only count with whoever is currently in this seat. So we're gonna have to go over both Grimm and Beadle because they're a combo pack. So since Grimm is out first, we'll go over him. The big important thing is inseparable, where Beadle and Grimm are so inseparable that if either one qualifies for an adventure restriction, etc. based on their tags, ages, and ability scores, they can both be used. So in this scenario, Grimm is chaotic good, for example, whereas Beadle is not. But even if you had Beadle as your active, he's usable because Grimm is chaotic good. Take that, Xeraphon. My name, Caius, is pronounced asshole. The C is silent. Hi, American, we don't use your European numbers here. I tried that in a variant and the game removed him because he was no longer viable. Unless they do that, unless they A, change that and I was unaware, or B, it depends on the variant you're talking about now. I'm kind of curious what variant that was. Because when I used Beadle, it's a bug? Okay. Yeah, it's not supposed to, but, you know, they change things and whatnot. Okay, so if it's a bug, okay. It does that sometimes depending on the variant. Okay, I've personally never run into that, but apparently it's a bug. Because, yeah, that's how... Because when... I have played this game at, like, interesting thresholds in that, like, I was just barely... welcome, Bedford. Thank you for the follow. I was like at the perfect stage to just beat those variants when they were coming out, like with Xeraphon, with Blushi, etc. And I definitely used Grimm for that in Xeraphon's run with Survival of the Fittest. I think that's what it's called. BNG specifically, the latter has been a major help for some of the tougher areas when your DPS is low. Yeah. But yeah, so let's dive more into Grimm. Barbarian is a DPS and a support. Grimm leans more into DPS, where Beadle leans more into support, but Grimm does have a support mechanic. But they both have long rest mechanics, special order mechanics, and get buff mechanics. So Grimm, when he's in, will increase the damage of himself for each barbarian in the formation. Stacking multiplicatively, buffs apply to the post stack. This is never going to be huge. He's not going to pop off as a DPS. One, buffs apply to the post stack. If they were to the pre-stack, we might be talking a different story, but there's not a lot of barbarians in the game. I mean, you compare him with the likes of Ayla, Karlach, Yorvin. I guess actually Wolfgar would be a better pick in that seat. Who else is a barbarian? Let's see. I gotta take a quick looky-doo. Class, barbarian. Oh yeah, Point. Point's a huge one. So yeah, Point, Karlach, Tatyana's in the same seats. Yeah, so really you're looking at like Wolfgar, Torgar, they're not evil, so not Torgar. Wolfgar, Ayla, Karlach, and Point. That's really his only options right now. Oh, am I... Interesting. My internet staggered there for a bit. Sorry if that came through in the... if there was any stream lag. Tatyana is a barbarian. Yes, she is. We will be... Actually, we'll go over her next, even though they share a seat, so it doesn't matter. But, yeah. Does that... Why are you staying on the first wave of a mission in the game? Is that a tactic or something else? Oh, yeah, it's just to showcase. I'll move to different stages, depending on what I'm showcasing, Cresta. But yeah, it's just to be somewhere. There's no real purpose to it. You just beat Elminster defense measures in Xerxes by cheesing Crux, Vin, and Dirge. If you move anyone, the whole formation got messed up. Dave the Barbarian. Jamila, yeah, yes, Jamila is a barbarian. Are you going to use Jamila to buff Grimm's damage? No. Yeah, yeah, if I was like trying to push, you know, then obviously we'd be looking at me pushing. But yeah, this is just to showcase people, that's all. It's just so my click damage clears mobs as they come until I need something else. But yeah, so again, he only really has 4 viable options for that. I mean, we could slot him in, I guess, just to show what it gets to. So we're dealing with Point, we're dealing with Point, Karlach. We'll go Wolfgar, since evil does not align with Grimm. And I already forgot who the other was. Who was the other one? Oh man. My brain, my Brian don't work. Brian, Ayla, right, Ayla. Ooh, 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 ooh. Rip Brian, he's dead. He died. So, this is the best it's ever going to get, is an E7. Not great for a personal DPS buff. If it was pre-stack, definitely would be looking better, but even with pre-stack, 5 isn't the greatest. So yeah, he's just never really going to pop off as your damage dealer. Maybe thought there was some tactic. So yeah, unfortunate in that regard. But, the big thing for Grimm comes in his special order. Enemies damaged by Grimm take more damage until they are killed, except from ultimates. Can stack additively up to 10 times. This is a sticky debuff. That works for click damage, that works for just applying a debuff to hot swap to your main formation to benefit from that debuff. So a sticky debuff is a good thing to have. Isn't there a spec that makes it pick from strength 18 as well? That is fair void. We'll go into the specialization. I was gonna wait until we also covered Beadle, but we can cover that now, since it's relevant. So with the specialization options, you're going to look at Beadle, who will choose to benefit from Dex or Int champions. You'll just take whichever is higher in your formation, and then with Beadle, you can either increase his special order, which is his debuff, which if you're using Grimm for any reason, you're probably gonna take that. But if for some reason you want to make him your damage dealer, he can also scale from strength, score 18 plus champions on top of Barbarian, so you can actually max that out a little better, that's fair. Why did it, wait, what? Oh, does it replace it? Wait. Wait. Grimm's get buff now also adds a stack for any champion with a strength score of 18 or higher. It cannot add a stack twice. What? But why did I just go down a stack? Wait, what? I was at 5. Now I'm at 4. Huh? What the heck? Hold on. Bug? That might be a bug. There's no reason it should have done that. Because no matter what, he does count as he is a barbarian, so he'll always be at 1 stack. But let's see if it stacks back up to 5, because it should have been at 5. Karlach. Looks like you've discovered a bug. Yeah, we're at 4. Huh? Why is it doing that? Is it... Who here doesn't have a strength? So Karlach doesn't. Is it Karlach? It's Karlach. Wow, okay, it's because she doesn't have the strength it's now not counting her, even though she's a barbarian. Interesting. It's supposed to count both, though. Increase the damage of Grimm for each barbarian or any champion with a strength. but since she's a barbarian without the strength, she's not counting with that spec. Weird. Interesting. No, he counted himself, because when he was alone, he still won. See? He still counts as one. It's Karlach for sure. Because it's for with or without Karlach, so it's for sure Karlach, and the only thing that changes with that interaction is strength, so it's gotta be because her strength isn't 18. It's now nixing the fact she's a barbarian, but it's not supposed to. That's interesting. Let's go ahead and then instead get people with strength 18 out, just to showcase how high that can get. I gotta pull up a list though. I do not have a good brain for who is 18 plus. Let's see. Yeah, that's weird. Did not expect to run into a bug like that. Because I think every other barbarian here has that 18 plus strength threshold. Yeah. So it's definitely an interaction between the 18 strength and barbarian, even though it should count. Interesting. Crux works for that. Binwin works. Let's see. We can go, let's just go Mahen. Why not? Get a Dargan out. Let's go Evelyn. Evelyn's up there, right? Yeah. Just throwing out 18 plus champs. That's all we're doing here. Minsk, yeah, Minsk technically is. And let's, I guess Solis. Yeah, Solis could work. Are we still gonna have to throw in filler since we can't use, well, no, because we have Crux in that slot anyway. Let's see, who else can we throw out here? Let's go with... I guess we could just go with, get all the Dragon Boys out. Let's see here. Is the Laura 18 plus? Curious. Nope, 16. Works for Krond, but not for Grimm. You hate how her strength isn't 17. It is weird that they made Karlach's strength lower as a barbarian, nonetheless. Your boy never disappoints with the bugs. Add in Jam Jam and see if it counts her as a barbarian. What is her strength, though? So she would have enough strength, so she would count anyway. We would need someone under the 18 threshold that is a barbarian. What about Yorvin? What's Yorvin's strength? No, Yorvin's 20. I actually didn't realize that. So another barbarian would be Binwin. What's your strength? No, you're 18. So let me look at the barbarians again and see if we can find anyone under 18 strength who is also a barbarian. Binwin, Karlach, Puent, Ayla, Wolfgar, Torgar, Yorvin, Jamila. Yeah, that's it. So we can't even test it with anyone other than Karlach. So it is a specific Karlach bug with Grimm. That sucks. Look at Karlach's abs and tell me she shouldn't have higher strength. Yeah. Tatyana, but that's in his seat. Yeah. Karlach, the weakest barbarian. Karlach should have high strength because you used her in BG3 to throw enemies off cliffs. Yes. You are very good at discovering these random bugs. That is actually my luck in every game I play, so no surprise. I wonder if they implemented it as 18 strength only because there were any barbs below. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Caius, is they met that threshold. They didn't consider barbarians would be under 18 strength, and so they just instead set it to 18 strength. I think that's what happened. Which is just funny, yeah. So yeah, at a full 10 stack, with that specialization choice, we're looking at an E9 buff. Again, if that was pre-stack, we would be writing a different tune for Grimm potentially becoming a DPS mainstay. Only offering yourself an E9 as a self-DPS buff, that's not good. It's not great. If you're using Grimm, it's probably for that sticky debuff, and if you're running a debuff team, it's often a chaotic team tied to Freely, and he is chaotic. So he'll be applying Freely's debuff if it's chaotic, while applying his own sticky debuff. However, we still need to go over Beadle and Long Rest. So, Long Rest increases the effect of Grimm's special order per stack. While Grimm is active, Beadle's buff increases by 1 every 10 seconds and Grimm's reduces. So you're in a constant state of raising the other one's buffing while they're hanging out not in the formation. So it encourages you to freely or actively swap tag team. So let's go and dive into Beadle. Boom, they slam the damage and tag team out. And now we have Beadle, a flat, true neutral, rogue/wizard dwarf. So that's a lot of shifting as far as races and alignments go to make them both qualify for things they wouldn't otherwise qualify for, which is quite nice. However, Beadle's buff increases the damage of champions within 2 slots of Beadle for an average amount. There are ways to increase this, and we'll look into that. His special order is whenever Beadle damages an enemy that is not at full health, that enemy will drop more gold when it is killed. This does not stack. So, you can throw in Beadle to debuff for like an Azaka farm. So Beadle will always have usefulness for that, and Grimm will always have usefulness for his sticky damage debuff. If you're using, I think it's a 5% health threshold, so just dealing damage to an enemy if they have like a full health bar isn't quite enough. You do need to get it a little sliver gone. But if you're running like a gym mimic, you just need to take off 1 armor chunk and then it will apply. So yeah, they both have their niche permanent uses in a potential group. Very niche though. And then of course his long rest is increasing since he was out for so long. But we chose the As Quick As Me specialization when we were going over the specializations. I believe his was dexterity or intelligence. So we're instead now looking for people with a dexterity score of 17 or higher if we want to scale his buff. So let's take a quick look at a list, even though there's a lot of champions more that qualify for this one than the strength from Grimm. So we're looking for 17 plus dexterity, and of course we could use Korth to make people qualify that wouldn't otherwise be able to qualify. But we're just gonna we can snag Korth, but we're just gonna look specifically for people that meet that dexterity threshold. And I'm not even gonna look at the spec choices for these people. I mean, Artemis qualifies. Oops. Let's get Kentatha out here. Let's get the old Xander. Yeah. Get Xander some action. What's up? Shandy's fine. We were just talking about Freely. Let's get Freely out here. Actually, I think, Ayla counts for dexterity and strength, right? Yeah, 18. Let's see. We can just throw out Torgar, whatever. So, we're now looking at a 10 out of 10 for his dexterity specialization, getting his buff to an average number. A flat E13. You would usually showcase Beadle with an in buff with Olcorian Valor. And that's fair, Dark Warrior, in that oftentimes if you're gonna use Beadle, he is a magic user with his wand. So he'll work for Olcoria magic using teams. And in that scenario, you're probably going to have more intelligence-based people, so you'll probably take his int buff when choosing his specialization. But again, we're getting to numbers that aren't that high. When he was originally ranked, these were more in the average field than before. Both Beadle's buff and Grimm's buff are mid at best. Grimm is also a bad DPS. It's true, they are both what would be considered mid by today's standards. However, they do have more use in that one has a sticky debuff and one has a gold debuff like Donner, so there's always that niche use there, and they have really good availability, so they will often be used in severe restricted runs. Yeah, they have the availability going for them. But as far as their raw buffing, not the greatest. As a whole, I think their kit as a whole is above average. But they're gonna have to come down. And their availability is a bit harder to go over, but we'll see what what Byglow has for them and think about it as we go. Although I don't think they have any attribute feats to conflict. Yeah. Ultimately, they're going to be available for everything except Elminster, when considering both of their ability scores and whatnot, because they were released 1,401 days ago, so they will not be available for Elminster. But when we're looking at the strength, even Beadle has that, we know Grimm has that. We're looking at the dex, Beadle has that. The constitution, Grimm has that. The intelligence, Beadle has that. You know, so no matter which way we're going, they qualify for all of the attribute requirements for Vajra, Strahd, Zariel, and every Day 1 Trials eligibility, so they will only be locked out of Elminster. What are the numbers like with some rest stacks? I mean, we built up Beadle's rest stacks pretty high, and I think we peaked out at like a... I would probably, on an average run, peak out at like an E14 if I built it up for a while. So, I mean, it really doesn't offer huge boosts. Yeah. He's been replaced for you, but is Azaka ready so he sees use when you're done pushing and just want a few the favorite bump? Yeah. But if Beadle were to get a rework and Grimm didn't, they'd both qualify for Elminster. That's true. But at the same time, if they ever rework one of them, they're probably going to at least tinker with the other. But yeah, that is fair. So yeah, I mean, their availability is amazing. Second only to the pair of Dirge and DM, who are always available for everything. And Kent and Virgil are pretty on par too. However, Beadle and Grimm have a larger spread than Kent and Virgil. Because, again, Beadle is magic, so he'll count for magic, and their ability scores are vastly different. So, yeah, really good availability, all things considered. However, because of when I ranked them in the past, I ranked them rather high. In the A+, they don't belong in the A+ anymore. They just don't. They do have a lot of use. Again, keeping in mind their sticky gold debuff, their sticky damage debuff, their availability, but average buffing. B something. We're likely going to see a lower B here, but let's take a look at the tier list. I love Beadle and Grimm. Admittedly, don't use them like I used to, just because the roster's expanded so much at this point, their buffing has fallen behind, but they have uses. They do have uses. Yeah, so let's take a look around here. And that's the thing, like a standard buff, they do buff more than Veronica. Unless you get the double dip with her DPS spec, which is RNG based. But their availability is amazing, and they have their debuff, both for gold and for damage. Yeah, I could see them getting swung into the lower B, near Veronica and Dadius. Somewhere in that range is where I'm kind of inclined to go. What's everyone thinking? B something, low B. I'm thinking lower B minus. I don't think they dip into C, for sure. That might even be too high. I don't think so. That range seems right. That's where you were going to suggest between those two. With the niche of basically Azaka farming. I mean, again, click damage and sticky debuffs aren't what they used to be. That's still a use, because you can use a sticky debuff for a hot swap for your main DPS if you absolutely need to. That is very niche though, I admit. That sounds high for the numbers, but availability is worth a lot. Yeah, and that's the thing, is their availability is crazy. But again, when we're talking numbers, like, yeah, they're at, yeah. Above Veronica, but not Dadius. I could kind of see that. Oh, thank you for the sub, Rondo. How you doing? I appreciate that. Oh, and I think, yeah, they naturally set goals. I didn't set that goal, but hey, reached a goal. Subs of 10. Thank you very much. You'll probably unlock them at some point. I mean, I think they're worth the unlock. In severely restricted runs, you're probably going to use them. Because they're just available for so much together. Are they going to push your wall unless you need the sticky debuff? No. But they can potentially help in that range. I think bottom of B- is a good spot for them. Because even if Veronica is RNG heavy, She does still have the Deaddy synergy, which isn't crazy important these days, but I think is still a utility factor. But they do have 2 sticky debuffs, 1 for gold, 1 for damage. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they're somewhere in that range though, I think, for sure. Definitely not in the high A anymore. They're just not, which is unfortunate that they took that much of a tumble. Hopefully I didn't do them too dirty. But yeah, I think that's a good range for them. I hope they do get a rework too, because that is... I do like them as a combo, the concept behind them. Well, let's see. We have now... Oh, who do we have left? Gatekeeper of C+, because they are still confusing for you to use. I mean, at the end of the day, it just comes down to tag team swapping them, honestly. You could likely use a sticky debuff team before swapping to an Artemis team for trials to build up that day 1 trials, yeah, and they do have a utility for that. The availability is good for them. They're decent buffers in a very restrictive stuff. Decent buffers is a stretch, but yeah, mediocre I would say. Tatyana, we can go oh yeah, we were gonna do Tatyana next anyway, that's right. Let's clear the board. She has not even been leveled. Yeah, we'll just burn through the potions, whatever. And Jamla's there, but I need that leveled up. There we go. Tatyana. Speaking of Veronica, next member of the Black Dice Society. Previously, we've gone over Desmond, Fen, Nahara, Valentine, and Veronica. We have not reached Brother Uriah yet. Tatyana's a little interesting. A tank, and a support, and a speed. And someone was asking Barbarian. Yes, she is a... what do you call that? Oh, wow, why can't I think of that? A multi-class, there we go, wow. She is multi-classed Barbarian Druid, so she does count as Barbarian. Yeah, thank you, multi-class, yeah. The hilarity of 100 mob Wall of Pain. I haven't scaled her up. One day I will, to get the enemy spawned increased, but there are some shenanigans you can do with Tatyana. But we'll go through her whole kit. Faithful Friend. A random slot in the formation in the middle columns of the formation is chosen. Tatyana increases the damage of the champions in that slot. The adjacency comes from a specialization choice, which we'll go into in a second here. Let's just figure out where it... Oh, it did put it there. Well, let's use her affiliation. Let's be... Veronica. I thought I leveled her, but I did not. Let's just get them all out here. Why not? Let's have a party. Who am I missing? I am missing Valentine, of course. And Fen. So, keeping in mind she normally just buffs a person in the spot she chooses, burning through another potion right away. Oh, I was hoping it would remove it. It didn't fully... Oh, wait, no, that's because of Valentine. There we go. So it is the middle right now. Okay. So, I don't want it in the middle, because I want my DPS right here. So, keeping that in mind, we can either choose it to affect people adjacent to it, increased for 100. Or if it was in the proper spot, we could just increase it by 400. However, it is in the column I want. So the second one, first one is adjacent, first is the column, and the third will just buff that one. Oh yeah, Desmond, I'll get Desmond out too. So since I know it's in the column I want my DPS, I'm going to take the column that increases it by 200%. Now she's getting affected by it. This RNG can be annoying though, because sometimes you have a formation where it's just not going to get where you want to put your DPS, and that gets annoying. So the RNG, it's not as bad as someone like Veronica, but it can be cumbersome. But with her specializations, you have options to work with to usually make it work, but every now and then it's not going to work depending on the formation. If you're going to use her affiliation, then Val needs to be in that slot, yeah. Can we skip Brother Urine when his seat comes? No, we're not skipping no one. What is the Black Society's origin? Is it one of those D&D podcasts? I believe so, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I vaguely know who plays the characters. I don't know much about it. It is more like a gothic horror, I think. Maybe not horror, but gothic setting. It seemed darker, and I'm a fan of that, so it could be interesting. I just don't know anything about it. You can find it on the D&D YouTube channel. There you go. Valentine for the win with Tati. So yeah, I mean, as a whole, they have the workings of a good affiliation, as Tatyana's their tank, with Nahara as their DPS, but we've gone over there are issues with the affiliation as well. So, gotta get that leveled up. There we go. So, looking at Tatyana further, will you stop? Looking at Tatyana further, increases the health of all other champions by 25% of her max health, and she does have a health item, so pretty traditional for a tank. However, she also has Rising Fury. Each time Tatyana is attacked, she gains a Fury stack. The effect of Faithful Friend is increased for each Fury stack, stacking additively and then applying multiplicatively, losing Fury stacks every 15 seconds that she is not attacked. Now, Edgelords in one Cryberry, the affiliation in a nutshell. Oh, Ravenloft, yeah. So, she will scale up Faithful Friend decently while under attack. Again, there's always a problem with that, and sometimes you just can't take the hit, yada yada, but she can scale it decently if you're in an area where she can be under attack, because looking at it now, obviously her buff isn't that good. An E8 is below average. However, let's, yeah, we're gonna have to lose some people if she's gonna be able to take a hit at a certain... Oh, thank you for the sub. Zykrin? Is that how you pronounce your name? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I didn't hear the notification that time. I hope it's not borked. Just the familiars and she'll take... I mean, yeah. But we'll see how she survives here. See how much of it... Yeah, that might be too far for her, actually. We'll see. But as she starts taking hits, you're going to see she starts climbing that damage fairly quickly. She's only at 9 hits so far. So as long as you can take a couple hits, you're going to scale it up. While it stacks up, we can look at her rage as well. When Tatyana reaches 50 Fury, and for every 15 seconds she's above 50 Fury stacks, she gains rage. Up to 6 rage stacks with at least 1 rage stack, she rages, and her base attack changes. For each rage stack, Faithful Friend gets a bigger bonus, stacking multiplicatively. If she goes below 50 Fury, she loses. So if you're able to sustain Rising Fury, you're going to start seeing bigger boosts to Faithful Friend. Yeah. So you can micromanage. Yeah, I mean, that is true too, Kais. I guess with her pulling in more, she definitely won't be killing them frequently enough. Nahara, the only DPS that is a support despite not having that tag due to her bringing in the rest of the affiliation. I don't even know if I'd consider that support at that point, but in a way, yeah. So if you're... oh, I got pretty close. Thanks for the awesome content. Thanks for watching the content. Awesome is a question mark, but I appreciate you thinking so. So we're looking at the 6 of 6 Rage, the 150 out of 150 Rising Fury, and we're looking at an E16 buff. So it gets to above average only if you can maintain that high threshold. Karlach and Tati, the two with big mad mechanics. Karlach is Karlach is an amazing support. But why are we talking about Karlach? In regards to what Void said, you don't think Ashara has the support tag? Maybe you're wrong. Ashara does have the support tag. But yeah, so again, she goes from being below average to above average. Nothing crazy, but how often are you going to maintain these numbers? Not very often unless you're dipping back and then pushing forward. So yeah, that's kind of a rough one to consider because it does scale, but it's hard to maintain that scaling. We should always consider Karlach, just look at her. I just meant in regard to what Void said. With Ravenous's reply. Because yes, Karlach is a great support. I didn't see Void ever saying Karlach wasn't, though. But, doesn't matter. Anyway, a huge reason Tatyana is used in any formation, instead of everything else, is find a feast. If Tatyana is not attacked for 15 seconds, and the players are in a non-boss area with no barriers, she briefly runs ahead, off to the right side of the screen, returning 2 seconds later, as you can see she's doing right now, with more mobs. This is tied to a equipment slot. Increase the number of enemies spawned with Tatyana's Find a Feast, and she has feats to increase it as well. Find a Feast. Does she have more than one? I don't actually know. I think it's just the one. This is very important in that if you're looking, so now she's under attack, so she won't do it. So we're gonna start killing again, and once we reach that 15 seconds of not being under attack, we'll take another look. It's kind of reminiscent of Nahara, in that as long as you're progressing, her speed mechanic is active, and if you're not progressing, she starts buffing her damage buff. So similar to Nahara in that way. But so if you're ever farming patron kills, or for some reason need to spawn more enemies for any reason, this is a great mechanic, as you can scale it up to bring in a lot of enemies if you decide to invest item levels in her, since it is tied to her equipment. She's the always on but kind of bad Melf. Yeah, that's actually a fair comparison. Might I misread? Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, Ravenous, they were more saying Nahara is not tagged as a support, but they consider them a support because Nahara can pull in people in Strahd. Because Nahara is just a DPS, not a support. Whereas, there's a ton of DPS that are also supports, or tanks that are also supports, But yeah, because Karlach has the tank, DPS, and support tags, whereas Nahara is just DPS speed. But, Tatyana's an interesting one. Bit of an RNG on where her placement on her buff will be. That can screw you sometimes. Her buff is on the lower range, but can scale up to an above average range, so it teeters between. And she has a great speed mechanic in spawning lots of enemies that you just need to slot her in, and as long as you're killing, she'll keep pulling them in. Interesting, if nothing else. Her ultimate is worth noting, because she will summon... No, she's not doing it because she's bringing in more baddies. She summons these vines, and those vines will deal damage to all enemies inside it, but also make enemies standing in the roots deal 50% less damage. So that gives her a little more tank utility as well. Her buff is also positional, that's fair to mention, yeah. Her buff is positional, so getting it on more people, if you need to scale positionals, can be useful in certain scenarios. I mean, I've used Tatyana for Artemis in very restrictive runs. I would never recommend her for Artemis, though. But it is also of note, well, not really, no, yeah. Because I don't think she meets, well, she's in Nrakk's seat anyway, what am I thinking? Her specialization helps with that positioning of her buff. It does, but again, there's going to be the rare scenario where you have your DPS in the furthest back, and no matter what you choose, it's not going to hit them, and that just sucks. So every great once in a while, it's going to be unusable, and because of that, I think that's something to at least consider. Usually you can make it work, though. The buff gets better with the spec choice for Valentine. True. However, it's nothing crazy. Burn through another... there you are. It's nothing crazy. With Valentine, you can take the second one, which if Valentine is affected by Tatyana's faithful friend, it's increased by 200%. A flat 200% isn't the craziest buff, and it doesn't scale with any gear or anything. It's helpful if you're doing it. Half the time, just boosting her Trigram pre-stack is going to offer your group more buffing than that anyway. But Something to consider. For Artemis, you often get more out of the left spec than right spec anyway, so our RNG isn't so bad. I mean, yeah, but again, I would never recommend her for Artemis either. But, yeah. You shouldn't have to rely on another champion spec choice to buff up someone else's. I mean, I think it's fine to be a unique interaction. Again, though, she doesn't rely on that by any means. A 200% increase in this game isn't as big as it sounds, all things considered. But, let's look at her availability. That's not the availability scene. Whoops. Tatyana. She is chaotic neutral, so she will not be available for Mert. She does have the constitution to qualify for Vajra, and as always, we have to look at her feats. She only gets a +2 to her charisma, which does matter, even though, again, Bite Glow does. So it's very clear at this point, Bite Glow isn't considering the +2 ability score increases, but we'll get to that in a second. Strahd, she is 8 int, so will not be available for. However, Nahara has the ability to pull in her whole affiliation, so if you're using Nahara, you can bring in Tatyana to any Strahd variant. And Zariel, she will be available for if you use this charisma feat, with the 16 strength and 13 charisma now. And Elminster, she will be available for, but not for a crazy amount longer. She's at just about 800 days released, and will be knocked out at 1095. So you've still got a bit of time with her. And as there are less speed mechanics in Elminster, she definitely can be useful if you're forced to run like a rivals speed team. She'll always be useful for pulling in more enemies. Not so much a absolute adversary team though. And as far as Trials Day 1 availability, that low int will lock her out of int, but available for everything else. So locked out of 1 Trials restriction, and with feats and Nahara, only locked out of Mert, but that is still restrictive in that she needs Nahara to pull her in for Strahd, and needs a feat for Zariel. Where'd we leave off here? Low int, but high everything else, yeah. Pretty sure Val wants to go for left spec anyway if you're using Artemis. She big stupid, but she does her best. Yeah, 8 int, not the most intelligent. Trigram is kind of a bad buff, but left spec isn't worth a whole hell of a lot, E1 roughly, so depending on how strong the middle spec is, it's probably the choice, if you're using Tati and Val, that is. Yeah, again, at the end of the day, 200% too, Tatyana's not going to be crazy either, though. But yeah, I get what you're saying. So yeah, overall, decent availability, but does rely on a feat and another affiliation member if you want her for Strahd. Not the greatest, but not the worst by any stretch. Previously, we had Tatyana in the, I believe, the higher B. Yeah, we had her in the B+. Considering her utility with the speed mechanic, and her buff ranging from bad to good, not great, but good. But there is that weeble wobble within the E8 to the potential of E16, again at my item levels, which is roughly 300 it seems. But of course, full epic. So, as far as where we're gonna put her now, let's take a look. Oh, sorry, had to stretch a bit. Most of her affiliation is hanging out in the B-. She could be B-'s designated tank. Does B- not have a tank yet? It doesn't. Yeah, I see her being maybe even a little higher on the B-. Not too high, though. She is an interesting one to consider, because her speed will be useful in many scenarios. Somewhere between Desmond and Veronica. Her speed is worth a lot for stacking if you get it leveled, yeah. Slap her above the cat. Oh, Merylwyn. You can see her worse than Desmond, but better than Nika. Who to oh, Veronica. I see. Veronica. Nika. She's useful as a tank support, but if you don't use her for tanking, she bad. Yeah, and that is one problem, is for her to fully scale, she does need to be a tank. Like, in your front, taking hits. If you have her slotted in the back, she's never going to scale up that Fury and Rage. So, yeah, she definitely needs to be used as a tank to fully pop off. To be honest, the tanks have kind of spread out pretty well. This is not as good tank as the tank above, therefore a tier down. Unless there are enemies that hit in the back rows. I mean, that's fair. There are some AoE abilities and there's some ranged abilities that'll reach beyond. Generally speaking, though. In the campaign podcast, all of the characters... Oh, I see. Okay. I am unfamiliar. That is one I've been curious to check out, though, because I like that setting, and the characters seem interesting. So one day I might check that out. I see what you're saying, though, Void. You've used her as a tank in Strahd variants often. Yeah, she'll see use in Strahd if you need to pull in the BDS with Nahara. I'm seeing a lot of kind of varying in this range from people. Where do I see her in that slew? Do I think she's overall... I mean, her speed probably sees more use than Desmond these days. Put her above Cisaspia. Characters seem interesting. A whole bunch of goth kids from South Park. I'm a bit of an edgelord. I'm not gonna lie. Darker stories appeal to me far more than happy-go-lucky stories. They're always more interesting to me. So yeah, admittedly, that is where my interests lie more so. Abovo the Cato. Do I foresee? See where at? Because at that point, it's almost like comparing speed versus gold. And Merylwyn pretty much has a slot in every gold find, whereas you're not necessarily going to use Tatyana for every speed, but it is very useful. You like Tatyana, but not enough to fight for a tier placement? Hey, you should fight for every tier... No. Yeah, I really, really wish they would just slightly tweak the BDS. Neutral only buffer, that's fair. I wish every BDS counted as dead for Lament for Desmond. I wish you could pick the position for Veronica, or not position, but the champion she chooses. You value her spawn a lot, maybe even enough to be above Rhea. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, and it definitely depends too, because if you've invested in her, you're definitely gonna see a lot more use out of her with that. But at the same time, most of the time when I'm using spawn mechanics, it's either for a patron challenge that I'm going to be done with really quickly, is useful for that, but if I'm going to farm, like, the Urge stacks, or the Dark Urge, like, murder stacks, I'm going to go somewhere that's constantly respawning 200 people, like the what is it called, the Uninvited Geist or whatever. So, I mean, I'm not going to be using Tatyana in a scenario like that, necessarily. Or the Trickster Gods, either one of those. Also, is it intentional that their affiliation abbreviation only missing an M at the end? BDSM. The Black Dice Society Masters. Tatyana max spawn is faster. Is it? Lae'zel finishes too fast to make her matter. Yeah, if you're using absolute adversaries, you're probably not using Tatyana as far as just progression goes. And in general, you're not using Tatyana for progression anyways, because she shares a seat with Hew Maan, who we'll be covering shortly. Yeah, mostly her speed is used for if you need to kill lots of things very quickly. And you're either doing that for patron challenges or farming something like Zorbu's permanents or Dark Urge's permanent kills. No, I said you're not going to be using Tatyana over Hew Maan for progression, is what I was saying, Caius. They share a seat. Yeah, kill stacks and quest completion, which admittedly is useful, but I do think not quite as useful as others, but it's still very useful. Yeah, that's another one we'll think about as we go. I think I'm going to leave her there for now, but we'll think about that one. We do need to get moving again more. So, somewhere the B- was pretty much everyone's consensus, though. We might fight Rondo. So we do have Warduke, Jang Sao, Corazon, and Hew Maan left. Where do we want to go next? Some duds, some goodies. It's been 3 hours. Yeah, I guess that's fair. We basically just said everybody in that short list. We'll go Jang first into... Yeah, we'll just go straight down the recommendations. We'll go Jang Sao, Warduke. I love that skin. I'm not usually a fan of skins like that, but that one I do love. Yeah, so we'll go Jang, Warduke, Corazon into Hew. That's what we'll do. So, Jang Sao. Interesting. Very interesting. Kind of weird, but interesting. It is the one true skin. You like the action figure one too? Yeah. No, Warduke is cool, all things considered, but there are problems with Warduke as well, which we'll go into. So, Jang Sao, fairly recent release. The neutral Druid Wizard, healing supports. Baseline, she will increase the damage of all champions in a formation. We need to remove this first. With 2 or fewer adjacent slots. So baseline, you're looking at like this, in this formation, these 3 slots are the only ones that will qualify because they are only adjacent to 2 slots. Sometimes that's going to be too restrictive because a formation might not have that option. But she does have a feat that helps if you can snag it, where it makes it 3 or fewer, and that is actually a lot more freeing and quite useful if you're going to use her. You're waiting for the Goosterian skin? Bought Warduke skin immediately when it was released. I might have if I mained Warduke. But yeah, so... but with that, she will buff anyone within that that qualification. And then let's go ahead and just look at her specializations early. But let's look at this first. She also has Star Collector. Each time an enemy is defeated, there is a small chance they will drop a star. Jang Sao collects these stars and increases the effect of her buff for each star collected over all adventures, stacking additively. So this is another one of those where you can just farm. I am up to 501,000 out of the 4E9 limit. That's not too high of a farm, but I farmed up a little bit, enough to matter. And then her heal is also every 5 seconds. Jang Sao heals the 2 most damaged champions. So with all that in mind, let's look at her affiliation, or specializations. She will either increase the effect of her main buff for each champion in the formation with a Wisdom of 13+, or a Dexterity of 15+. So you're just going to take whichever one is more prominent in your formation. We'll just take Dexterity for now and tinker with the formation in a second. The second one is probably the more important one, depending on how your run is looking, or what you intend to do with it. So in addition to collecting stars, Jang Sao also collects moons. Each time an enemy is defeated, there is a small chance it drops a moon. When she collects these moons, for the purpose of Star Collector, they count as 5 stars. So this is the one you're going to take if you're specifically looking to just hunt more stars. Or Jang Sao fires 3 more stars from her lantern when she uses her Starry Form ultimate, which we'll go into. The ultimate damage debuff is multiplied by the number of stars fired, stacking additively. As an additive stack, you know, that's not going to get too crazy, but we'll look into her ult in a second. Or Night Runner. Jang Sao increases the effect of Star Collector by a percentage equal to the number of stars she has collected in the current run. If you intend to collect a lot of stars in your current run, this will probably overall be the one you're going to take if you want to boost her the most. You thought she was so cool in practice, she's so has to mid depending on the situation. Star Collector takes forever even without spec choice, it's true. I'm going to take this one just for now. One big thing to note with her is her throwing her stars is a ranged attack. She is an excellent choice if you have a ranged attack formation with Solok, as they tend to be dexterity high, so they'll scale with the dexterity, and being ranged attack, that's harder to find with a decent buff. We'll go ahead and just slot a ranged attack formation for funsies. Fungies. Should we just use, we'll just use Zorbu as the DPS for this. Let's see, now I gotta think about all the, I mean, we could use Viconia, but then we'd have to use Corazon. I might have to pull up a list. I do often forget who all counts as ranged. I mean, Nordom technically does, but, right? We'll see. I know we want Astarion. I know I'm gonna want Venersa. They're the fun ones. Morgan, yeah. Morgan's better than Nordom for that. Morgan's still not amazing, but yeah. We'll just, I don't care. We'll just go that. Shandy, fair. Astarion, yeah, Caddy. I'm gonna go Venersa over Caddy. Venersa looks cooler. Her not being magic is still the dumbest part of her kit. I actually disagree. Deacon, potentially, yeah. Getting hit in the face with a star doesn't equate to magic-y enough, apparently. Let's see. So yeah, there is the option. Imoen. We'll go Imoen. Imoen's better than Deacon for buffing. Nerds over Deacon. I even say Imoen over them. So let's check Solok. We are looking at 10 in compatriots. Yeah. All right. So, well, actually, I do want to make sure they're all Dex. Yeah, because actually, I want them to be within that Dex 15 range as well. Or why am I looking at you? I think they all are. Just making sure. Yeah. So we're good on that. I could have just gone to her. I'm an idiot. Anyway, so I could have just checked this. So she will increase the effect based on the dexterity 15 plus, as we saw in the specializations. With this crew, we're at 10. So with the amount of stars I've collected, with that dexterity bonus, and while I chose Night Runner, 9%, we're not really looking at a boost from that right now, so this would even get a little higher if I've done a run where she's collected stars. We're looking at an E25 buff. Not bad, not a bad buff. However, it is restrictive in that you need to choose people with the proper ability scores. But Wisdom 13 or Dex 15 aren't terrible options for mini formations. The biggest downside one could consider is this is a non-positional, but overall, that's pretty decent. And again, I've farmed 500,000 stars. I haven't really focused that though. I've thrown her in a background, and that's about it. Overall, pretty good numbers potentially though. And again, would scale higher if I'd actually collected stars this run. So not too bad. And with the feat, oh, I found another bug somehow. Nar! It's supposed to be within few or fewer adjacent slots as this is equipped, but it's saying 2. Don't know why. Let's see if just a quick... Nope, I don't know why it's doing that. Oh well. It doesn't count as positional. It does not because it says... Or well, actually wait, does hers? Wait, now I'm Because I thought hers... It does? Okay. Yeah, you're right. Because it is adjacent slots. Right. Hers is weird. It's always confused me. Hers is one of the few that very much confuses me for positional stuff. Okay, so fair enough. Is positional. pretty easy for Artemis. With the feat, I can see that, yeah. I've never used her. I don't think I've used her a single time for Artemis, actually. I've always had a different option. I could see that being, in this formation specifically, not great, though. Because there are too many not adjacent to 3. But yeah, decent numbers. Is positional. That was my mistake. Yeah. Let's look at her availability. Come on. You can do it. True neutral, so not available for Mert. Low con, not available for Vajra. Again, we'll look at her feats. No ability score increases. So we're dealing with what we got, but she will be available for Strahd with that 14. Not available for Zariel with the low strength and low charisma. And her TOT is actually rather low, so that does synergize with the low 78 or minus kind of vibe we have going on these days. However, because of that, she is not eligible for 3 Day 1 trials. So she is only available for Strahd, Elminster, and half trials. So that's just straight up bad availability. However, a lot of people are pushing Elminster, and as she's only 190 days old, she'll be available for Elminster for a while. But overall, pretty bad availability. With the feat, it hits 6 in... I don't think that's true. Or, oh, I see what you're saying. I misunderstood what you were saying, Kelker. I know what you're saying now. She wasn't in the same seat, then Warduke would wreck the positions for her effect. That would have been a weird... Yeah, 3 trials is rough, and only 2 patrons. Not good availability. You explained to me how Druid Wizard that collects and yeets the heavens to you isn't magic. If a star hit me... Or I guess it is a star, not even a meteor, huh? I was going to use a meteor as an example, but... Because I could be hit by a meteor right now, and that's not magic, but... But no, I can understand the argument of it being magic. Mechanically, I don't hate that it's ranged. I think we need more ranged. But, yeah. Overall, she can get good numbers, and she stacks up. As Will gets further on, and we really get hard Elminster variants, you think her usefulness is going to go up? Potentially, yeah. Slotting Wheel is annoying, and her Mysterious Wanderer does align quite well with Wheel. Her availability is dog poop, though. Unfortunately, not as bad as Spurt, but below average. She was pretty recent, though. And I ranked her in the, I believe, high B. Okay, yeah, teetering on average of B, but leaning more into the B+. Let's look at that old current list. That's not it. There we go. She is somewhat restrictive with bad availability, but can get good numbers. Her flat numbers would qualify her for A-, I think, but bad availability and slightly restrictive. Does that bump her down enough? Because I was potentially harsh on her for her availability, but I think it is bad availability, and I think that's an important consideration. And until you get that feat, her positioning is bad. To try to make sure you're always in that only adjacent to 2. B+ Gatekeeper, potentially, because I don't think she quite reaches the A overall, all things considered. Her availability arguably got better with Elminster release. Not wrong. It's still not good, though. But she is useful for Elminster, no doubt. Unless you're using Warduke as your DPS. Yeah, a collection mechanic, bad availability, sometimes rough positioning. A lot with AA in Elminster. I get it is true that being a satyr helps her as far as like Ashara and folk hero go, but being wizard is pretty rough for folk hero for AA actually. Mid B seems about right. Top of B minus, bottom of B plus is about right, you think, Caius? Let's see, let's pull that back up. In the background, she like never gets stars. Yeah, her star collecting isn't the greatest. You don't need a lot to make it at least benefit, though. Like, my mind... I kind of, like... my initial thoughts are just above Egbert, and I know Egbert stands are gonna not like that, but, that's where my instinct was. She has the potential to pop off in certain formations. But, man, that availability... Egbert! He's holding the line in B+. Will doesn't always fit so well, and she's one of the top alternatives for AA along with Diana or BBEG. Not above Eggy Boy. When we put Eggy Boy in B+, we pretty much said he's probably going to hold the line as the bottom of B+, no matter what happens. You guys are very much Walnut haters and Egbert stans. And I can't deny it, but her buffing numbers just get potentially... Her buffing numbers are too good to keep her in B-, I think. Potentially. But there are some who can somewhat contend with that down there as well. Regis and Puent can get close. They just need the crits to pop off. Whereas Jang Sao doesn't, like, if she works, she just works. You'd rather get hit in the face with a star than a bomb? Huh? Just because you die instantly, or what? I would rather be annihilated by a star than have a bomb blow up in my face. Only in their specific affiliation. They can work outside their affiliation, but they're definitely better within it. But does she burt them eggs? Checkmate. She eats stars. I think we're gonna... again, another one we'll think about. That's where my instinct was, and that's roughly where everyone seems to be thinking. Roughly. They can work outside it, but they don't... Well, I mean, that's fair, yeah. They don't reach those numbers without it. Most of the time, yeah. And Jang Sao, you just need to collect some stars and have her work with the formation, but is restrictive and has bad availability. But yeah, I'm personally thinking that's the spot. And if our argument is just a couple of positions, one or up or down, we'll think about that as it goes. Not above Egbert. I'm about to throw a childish foot-stomping tantrum about it. Well, how about you record that for me, because I want to see that. You mean it's fine. Again, we went over this when we ranked Egbert, and you all agreed that we were going to keep Egbert in the bottom of B+. We went over this. And you were there for it, Caius. Eggy Boy can't be disrespected. He's not being disrespected. Yeah, meaning Jang Sao is B-. Her numbers that she can reach keeps her at a B-, I think. Cause she ain't no egg. See, the way you're talking, Egbert deserves to go up to Valentine status now. I do think Jang Sao belongs in the B+. And I think Egbert belongs at the very bottom of B+. So I think this is where we're gonna put Jang Sao. I'm open to more hissy fits being thrown about it, but no, that would be ridiculous. But we'll see. We are gonna move on for now because even if you can argue Egbert up or down, that's roughly where everyone is thinking she belongs. Let's see, so I think we said next was the duck, right? Egbert ain't no Valentine. A place of honor, yes. See, it is someone... Duck? Yeah, duck. Yeah, duck time. I almost want to slot in Jim long enough to get the duck skin. Should I? Oh, he went for the toy skin. I like the toy skin, but I want the duck skin. Let's go, Jim. Give me an outfit I don't own. Give me the duck. Give me the duck. Come on. Give me the duck. You don't have the duck skin? No. I don't main Warduke. I would if he had better availability. We'll get into that. So no, I did not spend money on a skin for a character I don't usually use. I don't have the kind of money to throw at that anyway. We went over this redhead elf, half elf, yeah. I want you to know that you have written a Warduke essay that you will dump here if you need to. Are we talking just like lore, or are we talking in-game stuff? Why isn't he... Come on. Am I gonna have to increase your attack speed, Jim? Don't change your skin, Jim. You subbed, you demand Warduke. You released a new... Only buff 3 slots. Does track as I correctly and shoots guns. For tier list argument, oh boy. Well, let's go over his kit and where I'm thinking, and then we'll go from there. Arguments will be made after the... Jim, stop giving his skin to yourself. Give the duck his due. We need everyone to sub to tier so Tyredack can buy this skin next time. It's in his wild offer. Alright, Jim. I'm losing patience, Jim. Give him the duck. Just do it. This is what we're gunning for, by the way, for those who don't know. Put Whittle in. I mean, yeah, she'll increase his attack speed, but she'll also start killing them as well. But yeah, that's not a bad call. Go, go, go. Whittle's gun argument. Technically speaking, though, as an artificer... Or no, she is a... Well, I guess artificer is a variant of... Is she actually an artificer or a wizard, now that I think about it? For some reason, I was thinking Whittle was an artificer. Interesting. But yeah, they often channel magic through the gun, so, you know. Oh, right, duck, right. You guys have me thinking about other stuff. That is how I will always pronounce it. The duck skin reminds you of the Mighty Ducks cartoon. The Mighty Ducks cartoon. I don't know if I remember the movies. Darkwing Duck, yeah. Her casting focuses the gun, yeah. For some reason, I just thought she was. The toy skin again. All right, I give up. We're just gonna work with the toy skin. I don't want to linger here too long. We all saw the duck skin. We can move on. Okay, so Warduke. Toy Duke, yes. The toy duck. He is a DPS and a tank, not a support. Don't Google it, just save your sanity. So, he has many ways to increase his own DPS, including a pre-stack. We'll go through them as it is. Each time Warduke attacks or is damaged, he gains a remorseless stack. Warduke increases his damage for each remorseless stack he has, stacking additively. Stacks are reset when heading to a new area. This is his minor damage boost. At 92 stacks, I'm only at an E7. Granted, my item level is only roughly 200 with him, but this is the minor of his boosts. He also will health share, increasing the health of all other champions as a tank, so he is a suitable tank on top of being a DPS. However, the big thing with Warduke is chaotic inversion. Most positional formation ability targets are inverted. Some people get confused by the terminology there. The best way to look at it is when you slot someone who has a positional, think of it as instead buffing everything else, right? So, like with Whittle, we'll choose someone really basic, like Naeli, right? So that means you can see he counts the positionals here. He's at 2, take Naeli at 1, he's only at 1. But if we had her trying to buff him as normal, he doesn't get it. So instead of being in the column behind Naeli to receive Aura of Courage, you need to instead be anywhere else. He could be in the same column as her, she could be behind him, she could be all the way over here, doesn't matter, as long as he is not in the column behind her. So this throws a wrench into a lot of positionals. Not all are affected, but most are. You do have to position your formation a lot differently using Warduke. I kind of find that fun though, and I actually like that about Warduke. Some people hate it, some people love it. However, he also is affected by positionals in a different way. Warduke's damage is increased for each positional formation ability affecting him, stacking multiplicatively with the buffs applying to the pre-stack. This is a huge source of damage buffing for Warduke. Warduke and Valentine is a good start to a formation, yeah. And I actually stand, like, there are reasons I don't recommend Warduke. However, Warduke is an excellent starting damage dealer. But, yeah, so, I mean, we'll cover that in a second. We'll finish off his specializations. So, Warduke also increases his damage based on his specializations. We'll cover that first. Where are you? There you are. So, you will choose to either increase his damage by 100% for each chaotic champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. Increase the damage by 300% for each gold find champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. Or increase his damage by 500% for each evil champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. You find most inverted buffs are easier to position. Not always, but there are a lot that are. With the duck, the trick is finding non-adjacent to put adjacent to him. Yeah, Makos or Kira. There's a few others, but yeah. So, a lot of times what you then might want to try to do... Yeah, Makos is just not a good buffer though, yeah. A lot of times you'll maybe want to lean into the evil for that higher chance and get a lot of evil positional buffers to utilize. Ideally ones that can potentially offer more than one positional, since Warduke scales in the pre-stack with how many positionals are affecting him. Really, you want champions with multiple positionals that buff damage with the pre-stack? Yeah. And Thalora is a potential option, and if we're leaning into evil though, in that same seat, you have Sasaspia, who's a decent buffer, has 2 positionals, and is evil. So will scale. See, he's at 1 now. Now we're looking at 2 more. So she's a good option for Warduke if you're leaning into evil. Hello, how you doing, the realist Tyler? And Warduke isn't a great DPS. B-team buffers. What? Warduke is a good DPS. I don't know what you mean by that. Dob is also not adjacent, yeah. Check Veronica just in case. Check Veronica for what? Oh, we already went over her specializations. I don't believe Warduke was one of the options. Pretty sure it wasn't. Yeah, you might want to at least check just to see, though. Where is she? Where is she? There she is. Who did we have? Yeah, no duck. But yeah, I haven't looked into... You don't have Sasaspia, so you never used her? Fair. But she is a good option if you're leaning into evil with 2 positionals. And a decent buff to boot. Not the best, but decent. So the choice comes down to, there's a lot of potential options. One reason to use Viconia is, when he first came out, he synergized quite well with the Deadies, as Spurt is a powerful evil positional, only offering 1, but still a powerful evil positional. Desmond, not evil, but offers 2, so we'll give him 2 more on top of that. And if you're using Veronica, it is just 1, but she's evil Deady. And then Astarion, in this scenario, it's hard to get him there because he's going to be top or bottom. Anyway, you can utilize the Deadies with him and make it work quite well. And that leans into evil decently other than Desmond. Inverted Whittle can go dumb fast. And that's the thing though, like, yeah, that will basically make him instantly reach just the attack speed cap. Which is nice for Trained Killer to make him attack. To stack that up. You reach the fairly decent ceiling for that pretty quick though. But it is nice to see him whap whap whap. I guess we'll cover his ultimate too. Warduke's sword Nightwind ignites in flames for 30 seconds. For the duration, Warduke deals an additional flat amount of damage with his normal attacks, and he takes half damage from all sources. So a damage boost and an increase to his tanking capability. If Warduke activates his ultimate again before it expires, the duration is refreshed. So yeah, what was the uptime on it? 30 seconds. So I mean, really all that means is like, if you reduce the cooldowns big time or just reset it, it just refreshes the the uptime. But, and yeah, ult is 100% up. Yeah, I don't have it fully scaled, so I am at 220 out of the 500 cap. But you can basically make his ult a 100% uptime. I think you just can, yeah, if you invest in him, yeah. Inverted Korth, though. Yeah, and you can, again, use many champions who work well. What do I have his set to? I mean, he is getting affected by it. What do I have it set to, though? Behind? Okay. Yeah, there are plenty of options. If you invest into Duck, you want... Oh, yeah. Inverted Core, blah, blah. You don't believe Trained Killer has a... Well, yeah, it doesn't have a ceiling. It doesn't have a hard ceiling. But it has a soft cap. Not even a soft cap, but it's additive. Additives taper off severely. The amount of time you would have to spend to boost it from like E8 to E9 in my case is just, it's not an option. It tapers off very hard as an additive. That's just how additives are. The amount of time you'd have to spend to boost it up is crazy at a certain point. Oh, you guys in a trials together? Nice. Certainty has 2 buffs, but probably not better than Valentine. Yeah, and that's the thing, because Valentine is, again, affected by positionals, so... I mean, if we really want to make something work here... I don't know what we'd do here. Well, I'd probably just change Spurt to not be 2 slots, first of all. Well, here, how about this? We'll source the crowd for this one. Who are we using in a formation for Warduke right here? Let's just source the crowd. Tell me slot 1. We going Sasaspy or are we going someone else? But yeah, and Spurt can go adjacent too, but that also depends on who else we're going to use. Miria is not slot 1, Void. But yeah, Miria is an interesting one. It's kind of funny because it's kind of counter to her kit in one regard, in that her zombie bodyguards are meant to be in the front to defend the tanks, but won't anymore with Warduke. Yeah, sass. Or Kira. And that is actually an interesting note for Warduke, is someone like Orkira, because a lot of time with Valentine you generally want positionals that are affected numerically, like Sasaspia, because then that positional is going to go up in value, whereas Orkira, her positional is her heal. And so you're affecting her heal in that scenario, which isn't the greatest when you're using Valentine. But Warduke himself doesn't care about that because he just wants a positional. So just getting the positional for Warduke is fine. But if you're using Valentine, you generally want one that will be buffed up. And thank you for the follow, Drudge, New York City, I'm guessing, NYC. How you doing, Drudge? He's still affected by the positional. Yeah, well, yeah. But what I'm saying is if you're using Valentine, you want her to be scaling up other people's positionals on top of that, if you're using Valentine. Whereas Orkira's not the greatest for that because you're just scaling the heal at that point, not her debuff. Whereas if you're using someone like Sisaspia, who gives 2 potential buffs with them, you are scaling just the damage. Scaling heal. But Warduke still... I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm saying there are probably going to be better options, is all I'm saying. Because now, if you're not using Valentine, yeah, Orkira's just as good as anyone else. But with Valentine in the consideration is what I'm saying. Oh, you're saying she isn't. Well, the way you were phrasing it, I thought you were defending her. But she's a positional who can be adjacent to him. There are other options for that, though. But yeah, let's see. We could just make a rough formation right now. I don't know. Yeah, we can make him adjacent just to see. I forget who all the double buffers are offhand because I just almost never use. I use Warduke occasionally just for fun. He's just way too used. He can't come in, you agree? Yeah, I'm just too used to you being a contrarian to me, Caius. Andreas with Duck is pretty easy. I forget, his is unaffected by the... Or no, his is inverted. Just taking whatever for now. Yeah, it is inverted. But, oh, that's weird. Yeah, you just... See, but that makes it... Oh yeah, that's a weird one. I've never tried using Andreas with Warduke. That would be a weird one to finagle with. Shadowheart has 3. You've used her before. That's fair. Val is irrelevant. Warduke's pre-stack. It's not even to choose a heal over a damage buff. Pretty amazing in Xerxes, yeah. See, but the way you're phrasing that, Kais, you're still... It sounds like you're contending with me, though, the way you're phrasing that. But I know what you're saying. Pretty hard not to get all 10 with Andreas and Duck. But yeah, so I guess Shadowheart... And she'd have to be in a... Yeah. That'd be... Yeah, that starts to become a weird one to make. But I guess whatever. We just need to slot stuff and get moving. I don't care. We're just gonna put Jim there. I'm trying to remember who the double buffers are for him. You're contending with your idea that Val has anything to do with choosing damage buffs for Warduke. He still wants damage buffs. I see, and I do disagree with that, though. I think Val should be a consideration when we're talking what damage buffs to use. That being said, yes, it's more about the positionals for Warduke. It absolutely is a consideration. A buff is a buff. If we're talking 2 equals with one that's a positional that does get scaled by Valentine and one that doesn't. That absolutely matters. Jim also works well because you can max his fan club easier. Miria is a double buffer. Oh yeah, I've removed Miria. Yeah. And is evil, so it was nice. Yeah, we're just throwing stuff at the wall here. Warden doesn't have a positional. Looking at evils with positionals. Swapping Galen would be easier and might get better numbers. Celeste does have 2, but it's also Celeste. But we are talking about positionals, so let's just do it. Nova technically has 2 with her first spec, not anymore. That got nerfed, Void, a while ago. You can no longer do the double dipping with Nova. This is just a hodgepodge. I'm just slowly thinking about who to throw in here. Got nerfed, you're too late. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's unfortunate that because you can no longer do the double dip with like an Artemis team or Valentine sharing it or with Warduke. It's just a flat one positional now. Just throw Makos in the middle for the lulz. I would want him adjacent to Warduke though. And I can't right now. It's also Celeste, he sounded like me with Hitch. Nova also wasn't inverted. True, but you don't need it inverted. For Warduke, it's not about the inversion, it's just about how many positionals are on him. He'll be adjacent to Val, that's fair, yeah. Good enough, I guess, because we just need the positional on Warduke. Because Nova is inverted now, her buff is hard to stack. It's not too bad if you just keep it the 2 slots, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is no... Dude, I love how many zombies we have in here. That has got to bog down the game speed. But just throwing together this crap. Just to move on, we are now looking at 15 positionals, scaling them up to an E16. I am not, obviously, don't have a lot of item levels in him. 200. Does Yorvin have 2 buffs? I don't think so. He has Danger Sense is his only positional, I thought, right? Danger Sense is technically positional, I think. But the zombies are rough on your speeds, I can see that. Yeah, the other thing is a debuff, yeah. I think Danger Sense is positional. I think. I gotta slot him to find out. Now I'm just curious. Yeah, inverted, yep. Well, look who's in the formation. I mean, to be fair, we probably could use someone else better, but it doesn't matter. We're just looking at how it works. Drawn to power. So, this pre-stack, again, when we're talking pre-stacks, someone like Krond is equivalent with Warduke only because his pre-stack starts off at a higher number, so he's pre-stacking a higher number to begin with. However, with big time investment and the fact Warduke can exceed like the 10, because Krond has a hard cap of 10 people that can scale his pre-stack. We could get this positional even higher than 15 if we were doing an ideal formation, so he can technically stack it higher, and as a pre-stack multiplier, that's pretty huge. Your duck is 10k, that would be E39 for you, yeah, just for reference. So yeah, with investment at 10k, which is often considered a main DPS endgame item level, you're going to be looking at like an E39. Actually, even at 10k, Krond, I would need a Krond user to chime in. What is Krond at roughly 10k with a 10 stack of Survival of the Fittest? E41, still close, yeah. You always forget to put the percents back. But availability, yeah, we'll get into that. But yeah, and we only have 5 evil, so League of Malevolence is only at E6. With more evil, that would stack up higher, but it is only a multiplicative, not a pre-stack, so that's not going to get crazy, but it is another buff. Really, he's all about drawn to power. Brother Uriah has 2 positionals, yeah. I potential use, though. But yeah, I would be curious to see 10k item level, 10 stack survival versus a high stack of drawn to power, what that looks like. I think that, honestly, at the end of the day, they're going to be fairly close. But yeah, Warduke is just fun with the inversion, though. However, let's take a look at his availability. Where are you, duck? There you are. So, being evil, he is available for Mert. And he does have a high con as a tank, so he can be available for Vajra. He does not, oh no, he does have Charisma, so keep that in mind. He will be available with Zariel, with that Charisma feat. However, he will not be available for Strahd with his 9 int. However, here's the huge knock against Warduke. I mean, he does have that 70 ATOT, so there is some synergy and that makes sense with the Saturday morning squad, given his origins. However, with that low spread, he is not available for Dexterity or Intelligence Day 1 Trials availability. If you're going to invest in a main DPS, not being available for 2 Day 1s is pretty not great. This is one reason I don't necessarily recommend Warduke, even though he's fun, he scales well. Having 2 day 1 trials lockouts for your main DPS is rough. Hey, he's better than Celeste. I dare you to show me an event champion that has 2 positionals who is worse than Celeste. Yeah. There's one on the list you think, like 2 awful positionals. You can't remember. What are you talking about now, Kaius? There's one on the list you think, like 2 awful positionals. You can't remember who. Cthulhu, maybe? I thought Cthulhu only had 1 positional, didn't he? I don't recall. He's only got 1 inversion. So we could take a look at the list, but what are you talking about, guys? Whoop whoop. Do you think Dynahair Tadpole is worth the 10k to get early if you use AA a lot? As Dynahair doesn't necessarily have a place in the main pushing, if you're looking for like ideal formation, that's hard to answer. I do think she is useful for AA when you can use her, and that's good for a potential speed addition to just have 10 Ceramorphosis for pushing. It's useful, but don't do the spec. Calcar, that would still just be 1 positional though. That is the same positional, right? There's still only going to be 1 inverted. You don't know, from one of the earlier seats, one of those champions so bad I filed them under never. Shadow Demon isn't positional though. Yeah. Never mind, Celeste is bottom D, point made. There's no 2 buff event champion worse than Celeste. Oh, oh. Okay, I see where you were going with that. I was still catching up in my brain. Yeah. If you don't have a full AA squad, and again, even if you don't have the full AA squad, like, yeah, I think if you're going to dedicate to the AA team, Dynahair Ceramorphosis will still see value. If you're just hurting on gems, would I recommend it as an instant purchase? Maybe not, but you'll use it in a pushing formation, at least if nothing else. Or not pushing, but a speed. You rerolled all your Legos on Dyna to buff 15 con, and it works great in AA formation with Dirge's DPS. It can work, yeah. The only problem is being a human wizard directly hurts folk hero if you're trying to max stack will. So there are problems, but she does still work with them. So it's just a weird place. But yeah, so all things considered, with Warduke, he's still fun, he's still good, he is a good scaling DPS. Not being available for 2 day 1 trials is rough for a main DPS to invest in, and he does have some patron restrictions as well. Previously, I had ranked him in the B+, I believe, high B? Yeah, he was the gatekeeper of B+. When you started, you didn't have will, so that wasn't a problem for me. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, if you're not trying to stack Folk Hero, Dynahair's great for AA. But if you're trying to max out Folk Hero, she does become a problem. A-, unlike Artie, he's good at low item levels too. That is one thing I will give Warduke. He does pop off pretty early as far as just being a good DPS and being a tank on top of that. That's kind of nice. But again, we're talking a DPS who, if you're going to focus on investing, locked out of 2 day 1s is rough. You don't use Will, he's too inflexible. That's the thing, if you end up using him, he becomes one of the best buffers in the game if you can work around it, but yeah. It's a conflict. I expect a fight on this one, one way or the other. Duck is A as far as DPS champs go. That's the problem. It's hard for me to agree with that with how restrictive he is. A plus 15 pre-stack strong choice for Elminster variant DPS. Am I gonna have to go back through the logs, Caius, and pull out why you said Krond couldn't be, could almost barely not be an A because of his availability? Warduke is worse for day ones than Krond is, Caius. And that was, you thought Krond should be B for that. S knocked down for not being 6 of 6. Krond is no Elminster. That is true. How long does Warduke have? Let's see. So yeah, Warduke was 533 days ago, so he still has a fair amount of time in Elminster. See, I don't think Warduke is necessarily better than Krond. I will say I do view them as being very similar. Very similar. Hmm. 2 day ones is just so bad for a main DPS. Think of it this way, if you're just going to get 1 DPS starting now, it's probably Dirge. Yeah. But then why is that an argument for a positive thing for... But if you already have Artemis, the Duck is an ideal number 2. For Elminster, if we're talking raw scaling, Krond and Warduke are really close. You could swap Krond in that formation and it'd work, yeah. Well, most of the time. There might have to be a couple changes with the formation we were looking at. Low A+, I think he's kept out of A+. I still think he's the gatekeeper of B+, but I know a lot of people love him and will fight for at least a low A. The DPS support investment you've made works out well, positional buffs. Yeah, in an Artemis team, you mean? Yeah. Dirge is best DPS to invest in, but I don't like the this one person is best so no one else matters argument. That's what everyone used for Artemis back in the day. You don't know about that? You went from Art to Dirge with very little effort because AA is just that good. Well, the idea is you've invested in positional buffers for an Artemis team, so then if you go to a Warduke team, you just are using good positional buffers right out the gate. Whereas with Dirge, you do have to invest in the AA team, not just rely directly on a previous Artemis team. Below Egbert. He's better than Krond, so if you put him in B+, Krond is too high. I disagree. The only argument for Warduke is Elminster, and that's a fair argument, but I don't necessarily think he's just flat better than Krond. Krond has 1 day trial over Warduke if you invest in Krond. But again, if we're talking about who to invest for Elminster, I'm not going to recommend Warduke, I'm going to recommend Dirge, right? Now, he's still usable for Elminster, which is good, no doubt. Like, I really will say, if nothing else, I can concede, I see them as very equal. I see these two as very equal. I can concede that. But you think you should put him next to Krond? Yeah, I mean, I can see that. He's no Krond. Krond and him, in their proper formations, are pretty equal. All things considered, honestly. But Warduke does have... Krond is 5 of 6, Duck has 4 of 6, so either way you'll need a contingency plan, yeah. You went through Elminster variants with Duck at 500 average item levels just to get 100% uptime on his ult, no Legos, yeah. You just got Krond from Strahd, you need to go back to your previous streams and check him out. Yeah, Krond, the big problem with Krond is a similar problem with Warduke, is that Duck beats Krond just because his inversion works as a support, unlike Krond, which is only DPS. How does his invert work? I've heard people say that it doesn't affect positionals other than changing their direction. It doesn't buff them at all. It's not a support tool. You would not slot Warduke as a support, ever. Because all it does is invert them. It doesn't buff them in any way. If you're slotting Warduke as a support, you're hindering yourself. For Xerxes, changing their direction is amazing. That's fair, too. For Artemis, it's kind of a support, but you'd get better off with an actual... See, even for Artemis, it's not a support, though. Because you can argue that with Archon and Black Viper because they're increasing positionals while being a DPS to observe from. But Warduke isn't increasing the positionals in any way. If you're having to change positionals for an Artemis team, you're already probably doing something wrong. Because yeah, that's going to be a wasted slot in an Artemis team. Even if it makes it easier to get Socialite off them, that's going to be a wasted slot. There is going to be a better person to slot for an Artemis team than Warduke in every scenario. Unless you literally have no one else to choose from. Duck is friends with Valentine and we love her. Who isn't Valentine friends with, though? It could change the number of other DPS hit by a positional. Yes, but another positional period is always going to outperform that. Always. Another positional, whole positional to observe is better than that in every scenario. I think Krond and Warduke can go hand in hand. I can be convinced to give the edge to Warduke because of Elminster and inversion shenanigans. Was Warduke B+ in the previous list? Yes, but I still would probably keep him as the gatekeeper of B+. But there are a lot of people arguing Warduke right now. So, and I'm not eager, but I'm willing to be convinced. We'll see. You can only guarantee that if you replace Warduke with a DPS support. Not even a DPS support, though. Like, even a just support offering positionals to another DPS will be better than Warduke, period, for an Artemis team. If that's what you were talking about, Caius. Nrakk is better than Warduke. I agree. He is currently higher on the list. Stop trying to make Duke a support. 5 or 6 observes or 5 or 6 socialites is better than most buffs. But you're talking about slotting someone who offers nothing else. If you had to choose between slotting Warduke, F tier leaves. Anyone who offers any form of a positional buff to any other DPS is going to outperform that. And I'm not even talking a DPS / support. I'm saying any support with a positional, at least applying it to one DPS in an Artemis formation, is almost always going to outperform Warduke shenanigans in that scenario. I'm on about the argument that Warduke is a support for an art team. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is just about anybody. Anyone who offers a positional is, in my opinion. If Warduke makes the available buffs hit more DPS than they would otherwise, it can still be more valuable. Unless we're talking like Celeste's positional, I disagree. And that's just personal. If you can get any positional even on one DPS to observe from, that's going to outperform observing from a few more DPS other positionals in almost every scenario. And yes, almost, Caius, but honestly, arguing Warduke as a support, that's a non-starter for me. I'm sorry. Now, he's great in shenanigans of getting positionals on him, absolutely. So, as a support for himself, maybe, but I just can't agree with the Artemis support. But any other positional is going to outperform it. Had to kick Celeste unprompted in the middle of an argument. Yeah. You're just being... You know what, Caius? Shut up. Alright, what do we have left? We can... For the love of the Duke, I think he's pretty even with Krond. But if we're gonna say... Like in Wheel, where you can get column DPS supporters like Fen and Lae'zel to hit everyone with Duck. Clearly Duke already lovers use... This is the only battle I cared about all week. What a relief. I still do disagree with your point about a trained killer. I mean, I'm at 500. We've barely reached E8. Can it infinitely scale? Yes. Are you going to sit there and hit someone literally a billion times to get it to E9? No. You know? So infinite scaling as an additive, that's not a good argument in my opinion. But all right. So, oh yeah, Corazon then Hew Maan, that's right. That's what we had up. You have no dog in this race, mostly an empty seat. It scales faster when he tanks, sure, but again, we're talking an additive stack. You would have to sit there for so long to go multiple exponents higher than an average would be. A long time. You think it crashes at 4E9? I'm not saying you can't make it pop off faster. I'm saying the idea of it as an infinite scale to be a positive. An additive infinite tapers so hard that you're not going to get it too many exponents higher than you're starting out with once it gets popping off. You're just not. He hates Celeste so much. I've never actually tried that. I might have to try that one time, guys, just to see if it actually does cap out or not. But not with that attitude. Right. Not C10. What am I doing? Corazon. This guy should be pretty quick. The old raisin. All right. Let's get back on track. We've got Corazon from the Ox Venturers Guild. He will offer your team Pirate's Code, increasing the damage of all neutral champions on the good-evil axis by a very crappy amount. There's no way to scale this other than his equipment slot. That's all you get. Kinda sucks. Not kinda, it sucks. But he does have some mechanics that can be considered interesting. See him move on? No. On the basis of great armor melting ult, done, move on. You guys are so quick to move on, but you realize the stream's just gonna end real soon. So if you're just looking to get out of here, you know, that's one thing I guess, but... Anyway, grease. Whenever Corazon deals damage, he leaves behind a moderately sized puddle of grease under the enemy he's attacked. Grease puddles do not hinder other champions, but they do slow enemies. This is a good crowd control move, and it does interact with his ult, which we'll get to in a second. His very unique mechanic is honorary crewmates. We'll go into his specializations first though, because that does affect it. However, with honorary crewmates, he can make anyone count as neutral who does not otherwise, to benefit from his buff, and potentially other buffs like Merylwyn, like Evandra. But with his crappy buffing, that means you have to use him, and that's kind of a So his specialization is chosen between honorary crewmates, now affects all non-adjacent, whereas it's normally, as you can see now, normally just adjacent. So if you want it to be easier to position, you'll take this one for just all non-adjacent. And that can matter for other reasons like prudence, making people count as neutral. Or you can make grease puddles now form under the furthest enemy from the formation instead of under the enemy attacked. Effects of the puddles is increased by 10% multiplicatively. That is also another kind of, do you want that or not? Because if you're trying to stop and advance, you might not want it only to be affecting the furthest enemy, because then you're not stopping the forward pushing enemies, where his attack is normally random. So you could be affecting the frontmost enemies to keep them slowed. So this can be kind of iffy. Wake me up when Corazon ends. Oh, Dark Warrior. You think he could be bumped a tiny bit just because Vi is so strong? Yeah, but that's the thing Sinnoh says Calcra said. Tiny little. Yeah, Vi can choose who she buffs now, which is a great change to Vi. Suddenly everyone wants to move fast once they use their 30 minutes to argue about the duck. Yeah, we give every champion, garbage or not, the time of light. Anyway, so you can make people neutral, you can slow enemies, and he increases the effect of Pirate's Code. I guess he does have a way to scale it each time he attacks, but it's an additive stack, and as you can see, he's already attacked 35 times, and it's a 500% increase. If they ever wanted to tinker with him, making this a much better scaling would be the way to go. But alas, he's up to a magical E9. Oof. However, his ultimate is good at shredding armor. His ship will fire, igniting his puddles, making them all fiery, and that will just constantly tick damage. That's one of his main uses, is if you absolutely need an armor shred, that is a good armor shred ult. All in all, that's everything though. He's really just not that good. All things considered. Niche uses in neutral, counting, and armor shredding, and slowing. However, but we will look at his availability. For every minute Corazon gets his tier and goes down 1, then it's a good thing you're not controlling the list. Where is he? So, availability. Neutral, so he is not available for Mert. His con is 2, however, he does have a 2 con mod feat to make him qualify for Vajra. He has the int to qualify for Strahd, and naturally the strength and charisma to qualify for Zariel. And he is 988 days old, so currently available for Elminster, but very soon he's going to be phased out of that. Not very soon, but you know, you got about just under 100 days for, or no, just over 100 days for that. But he does qualify with that great TOT and an even spread for every day 1 trials, so all things considered, currently, with his feat and with his current availability for Elminster, he is only not available for Mert. Not bad availability, all things considered, but yeah. You haven't even unlocked his feats, that should say it all. I mean, yeah. Yeah. You're also motivated by the alphabet. So, yeah. Previously, we had him ranked in the, I believe, the lower C. Yep. Next to Minsk and Vlahnya. You know, the counter to you, Dark Warrior, every time you complain about it, I am going to talk about him a minute longer. You should, though, just for Antreus. I mean, yeah, but I've phased out of using Antreus for my Artemis team in favor of Karlach since I'm dipping into the AA as well. But yeah, I mean, eventually I plan to unlock all the feats. But yeah, so low buff, good availability, can slow, can make people neutral, which in some cases can be interesting. Decent ult for armor shredding, but the buff is just one of the worst in the game. It's just hard to give anyone a good rank based off that. There are some shenanigans to keep him out of like the F tier, potentially even keep him out of the D, but let's take a look. Oh, let's see, who's he contending with here? We definitely shouldn't discuss Karlach's abs. You're actually on board with C just for the ult and the make everyone neutral shenanigans, to be honest. 92 total stats, though. Yeah, his ability score spread is actually pretty good. I can definitely see keeping him out of D just because of neutral shenanigans, and he's not going to be very high C, I don't think. Also, Rogue Adventurers, Ox Venturers for gold. Yeah, but generally speaking, slotting another gold finder is going to be better if you're looking for a gold team. He can make people neutral for Evandra, yes, but then you're forced into using his crappy buffing on top of that. Whereas just about anyone else will offer better buffing, but it is an option. And it is a mechanic to consider. Oh, Dark Warrior. I told you, every minute. Put him above Prudence, you think? I mean, I could see him being side by side with Prudence either way. It's actually pretty competitive in gold find in most trials, since you can almost always have one. I mean, and that's fair to consider too, Caius. And trials will often lock out a gold find, and he can take a seat in that scenario to buff up the Oxventurer's gold. C+, so he can buff that row with Evandra. I don't think he climbs to C+. In other words, backfilling. Yeah. Secretly, you want to prolong this? You have a weird way of showing it for trying to rush me along it then. I'm playing with my cup nipple again. Cup nipple. Does he get up to C+? I mean, he does have unique mechanics, but... Buffering, leg. Let's see how mine's doing. I have mine minus right now. I'm trucking, so far. Oh, I forgot I had that on that scene. Oops. Let's get the tier list back in there. Oh, let's see. Seems slightly low, but not by much. I mean, I could see him getting into like this range. I don't know if I see him climbing into the C+ though. Buffering and leg, you thought it was just you? Interesting. I mean, I'm still minus. Oh, do you mean stream lag? I don't know why. I thought you guys were talking about the game. I am dropping. Why am I dropping frames? That's not good. I don't know why this whole time I thought you guys were talking about the game. You're talking about the stream, and I am dropping frames. Why am I dropping frames? Come on, Internet. You're not supposed to do this to me. The modem seems fine. I swear to God, Dark Warrior. Don't make me grab you by the cheeks and kiss you like I'm gonna Caius. Why am I still chugging? Why am I still dropping frames? Everybody loves a chair stream, but nobody likes a leg stream. You know, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why I'm dropping. I don't think it's Twitch either. I think it's me because I'm dropping frames. I don't know why. I shouldn't be. We're gonna pop over to this screen real quick. Everyone say hi to Virgil. I gotta do a wee bit of troubleshooting real quick because it's not leveling out. Why is it doing that? Stop lagging, you have to pee. This would be a good time to pee because I'm gonna take a couple minutes just to see if I can troubleshoot this. Why? Man, it's never stuttered like this. What is going on? Well, you're gonna get a chair stream leg real quick. I gotta go check something out in the main room. 1 second. We back? We back? We back, boys? It's looking better for anyone if you can hear me now. I'm not dropping frames now. Let me know if you can see me. Let me know if everything's back on your end. Looks like it works, yep. Am I dropping now? I'm not dropping frames anymore on my end, it looks like. Must have just been a hiccup with OBS, which sucks. Because as soon as I closed and relaunched, it's working fine now. Must have been a glitch with OBS. Oh well, that's rough. Sorry to everyone who that went down for. I had no idea I was dropping frames there. That sucks. Yeah, turning things on and off on Twitch makes you lose like 80% of your viewers, so that's unfortunate, but it's okay. We're here for the boys who stick around. Yeah, no, everything looks stable now, so you should be seeing me just fine. It ruined our premium Corazon content. It just made us linger on him for a while. Pretty hilarious to see everyone complaining about lag while you looked in the game and said, nope. Yeah, no, that was professional streamer instincts right there. See, the thing is, I haven't had internet issues yet, so that's interesting. Both Caius and Adara stick through. My biggest haters, my hate watchers. Alright, well, let's see. Corazon C+, let's see. I don't think so. I think I like him where he ended up, honestly, thinking about it while my internet was touching my butt. I don't think he climbs to C+. I just don't. Hate watching, no, just enjoying lively, friendly discussion with a little bit of hate. Just a little bit of hate. It worked for Howard Stern. There's a name I haven't thought about that dude in a minute. So who here thinks C-? Who here thinks C+? Let's just see a C+ and C- in chat. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of C-. Seeing a lot of C-. If you hated me, you would get 0 views from you, boyo. Yeah, no, that's kind of me and my real life friends, right? It's a day of telling each other how stupid we are and pointing out everyone's flaws and then saying, oh yeah, by the way, I love you, and leaving, you know. As to your only champ with an eye patch? Isn't there someone with the skin with an eye patch? Or am I misremembering? You're pretty sure the stream wants to vote D, but that wasn't an option. Oh yeah, Sergeant Knox, literally in the same tier. Yeah, right. There's an eye patch looking at us right there. On the same eye, in fact. Fair enough. Well, there we go. C- is the eye patch tier. All right. Let's, tally-ho to the last champion after my stream decided to take a giant dump on itself. And I obliviously went, what? The oddly attractive tall dude in a trench coat rolling. Parada. S tier easy. Oh, I disagree. But, very good. And we'll look at the kit. So, see, an ordinary person, you would totally sell them a movie ticket. Absolutely. B-, good at speed, just like everyone else in B-. Let's go over the kit. We've got 3 kobolds acting as a Hew Maan. Hew Maan. Counting as kobold and human. And depending on who is at the top, you get different formation abilities affecting your formation. And depending on who is in the top is where they are placed in your formation. Front column is Zrang, middle 2 columns is Klebe, and the back column is Yasa. So in the front column is the scenario in which you will probably use them the most, and in A5, it is front, middle 2, and back because of this formation, has 4 columns. In a scenario where there are 5 columns, it will be 2 front, 1 middle, or is it 2 middle or 2 back at that point? I actually forget. I believe it's 1 middle and 2 back in that scenario. You think Hew Maan speed is at least A tier, though yeah, it might be S tier worthy. Also armor break, speed champion, but just below average support ability and multi-hit shredding. I think a 5 is 1 middle, 2 front, 2 back, but in a scenario 4, 1 front, 1 back, 2 middle. Definitely not us in how we rank things, but you'd argue is better than the rest of the B speedsters, probably. But we'll get into that once we break down. Yeah, if we were doing a speed-only tier list, this would be a different story. That being said, Zrang in the front column, or again, it's more important to remember, more importantly than this, is in a 5 column, the second column is probably going to be the best for Zrang, because enemies have a 40% chance to drop double quest items or count for double quest progress. This is the biggest thing in speed progression teams. This is why Hew Maan is so good, because this also scales with carefully balanced. Increase the effect of Zrang's teamwork for every champion adjacent to the kobolds. This isn't the best formation to showcase this. However, because we can only have 2, but just with 2, we're up to a 360% increase. We're saying every quest progress counts for 3.6 more, right? So, if we were able to have Hew Maan in a second column in a 5, usually you can then do something like this, where you would have that many more people adjacent to Hew Maan in that slot to further increase that to count for even more progress. So this is a pretty bad formation to showcase this, admittedly, as there are only 2, but you get the idea. You can scale up progress to a degree where you start flying in the speed. So if you start pairing that with the likes of BBEG to reduce requirements, Sentry to reduce requirements, now you only need so many requirements, and if you're getting 6.5 per drop, and the completion is 8 to 12, 1 to 2 kills is going to get you progressed in that area right away. And this is still even more increased by the ultimate. The kobolds pepper a random enemy with bolts, which can be a form of armor shredding, and Zrang's teamwork is doubled for 30 seconds. And Zrang's teamwork is, again, quest progress. Zerixis no middle, yeah. S plus speed, ability like B-. Man, aka Hew Maan, is a normal man, person beloved, fleshy pink meat friends. It is very normal. The thing is, he's the one that makes speed champions as good as they are. His speed is more important than anyone else. I disagree, but we'll get into that. You'd say low S or A plus. If you could only choose one, would you pick 4 jump Brev or Hew? 4 jump Brev every time. Every time. in my opinion. 4-jump Briv in every scenario. Because at that point, you can just go boss to boss in non-free plays, and there are other versions of speed that can equate just as good to Hew Maan's progression. So, I would take Briv over Hew every time. Anyway, let's go over the rest. So, with that in mind, again, depending on where you position the kobolds, now we have Cleave, where the middle 2 columns increase damage of champions against boss enemies, and if the boss has hit-based or armored-based health, successful attacks destroy twice as many segments, so they can also be used for armor break. And then in that scenario, carefully balanced, or not carefully balanced, but please stand by, there is even more things that happen in the kobolds that are not on top provide a lesser buff. So whoever is not the active one will offer this minor buff. With Zrang, boss enemies move slower, rather. If Cleave is not active, hit-based enemies will have a 50% chance of spawning with 25% of their hits already gone. So even if you're not using Cleave, they are still effectively doing some form of armor or hit-based shredding for you in that they have a chance to spawn with less. And Yasa reduces the base attack cooldown of champions adjacent to the kobolds. And with the ultimates, you'll see with Zrang, of course, we said the teamwork is buffed for 30 seconds, making them count for more progress. With Cleave, non-boss enemies are stunned, and no additional enemies will spawn for 15 seconds. And Yasa, this is another important one, because a lot of people do use it for this. Yasa in the back column just provides a damage buff for the 2 columns in front of within 2 columns of Hew Maan. So the same column or within 2 columns. And the ult changes for each top 2. Yeah, that's what we're going over. And Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman. What bosses if you use Briv? I don't know what you're asking there, Arcus. What do you mean, what bosses? I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, what bosses in that you can skip bosses in a free play, but Briv is still even better because in a non-free play you have to fight bosses. And Briv can just go from boss to boss to boss to boss, and that's more speed in that scenario than Hew Maan zipping through a place, getting to a boss, zipping through areas, then getting to a boss. That's still faster with Briv in that scenario. Anyway, this will scale depending on specializations. Let's look at those now. Where are you? Where is she? Where are you? I am become blind. There you are. So, it was inevitable. It was inevitable. It really was. I did not untick my formation, and it auto-selected the specialization. At least I know where they are now. Potion. Even then, Hew has armor shred if you need it. Look for the normal looking human. Somebody even mentioned that happening at the beginning of the stream. Did they? I don't remember that. So, the Hello Fellow Humans ability now uses the most populous race in your formation instead of just humans. Or it will use lawful champions instead of humans. Or it will use unaffiliated. So there are many options in which you can choose to scale Hello Fellow Humans with Cleave and Yasa's increase to their buff. You at least want to count for 1 to get the bonus. So this is another one of those scenarios where you do at least want 1 in there. So yeah, I mean, we could fill it up with a full team. Or use humans instead of humans, that's a fun one. Is that what I said? But yeah, let's see, what do we want to, Funnily enough, the first spec can just select human again, which you find funny, at least, yeah. What do we want to do? We could do unaffiliated, I guess. Tinker with an unaffiliated group. Just slot them in real quick to see what kind of numbers we could be talking. Yeah, Barrowin will work for that. So yeah, who was all that season? It was Barrowin, Birdsong, Nrakk, Zorbu. I can't do Nrakk, though, so no, not Nrakk. Turiel, that was a big one, yeah. The duck. Turiel. Spurt, that's a good one. Get more kobolds out there. We could throw out Artemis just for, yeah, let's get Artie. Or no, we already have Spurt. Yeah, no, not Artie. We can't get the duck because that's the same slot as Hew Maan. I guess Xeraphon, technically. Oh, but I don't want to go through that rigmarole. Let's just go Black Viper. Miria, yeah. Well, we got Zorbu out already. Dadius will work. Oops. Crux will work. And let's just do Nox. Let's get that eye patch out. Or no, wait. No, he is. I couldn't remember. Like, I feel like he should just be affiliated with Heroes of Baldur's Gate. So, with that in mind, we are at 9, and that's raising it to an E10. So we're stacking it as hard as we can right now, and that's only getting to an E10. So the buffing is just not good. And that's one thing that definitely holds Hew Maan back, is their buffing. If you want to use them in a legit formation, probably isn't gonna hold up at all. Big Deacon. Told you about Xeraphon. So that's a big knock for them. That's just not a good buff. It's just not. Let's see. Is there anything we didn't cover? There's a lot to them, although it's all very simple. The biggest reason you're going to use them is in a speed team. But we'll go into availability now. I feel like I'm missing something with them, but we'll talk about availability first. What's the teamwork buff, though? That's just the increase to that buff. No, that is the buff. The base bonus is very small, and so yeah, the bonus is 2e10, but the actual buff is 4e10. So it's yeah, just not good. Because this is the scaling here, right here. So the maximum you're going to work with is 12,700%. Then add the multiplier. But, yeah. Oops. That's not right. Very normal buff for a very normal man. So... Hew Maan does have good availability, though. We are looking at... Evil, so Mert-able. We are looking at a higher con, so Vajra-able. There is a few ability score. Or is it just int? I guess it is just int. Okay. But with that, int makes them viable for Strahd, and they are naturally available for Zariel with their strength and charisma, and will not be available for Elminster, however, as they were released 1,198 days ago, roughly 100 days too late. And with day 1 trials, only their wisdom will lock them out because they have a low wisdom, and a 76 TOT is pretty low. That's something to be considered if you're, working with low TOT these days. So yeah, 4 out of the 5 patrons is pretty good. Unfortunate, no Elminster because speed. Locked out of the wisdom, and that's a common theme for a lot of speed champions, is overall good availability, but locked out of wisdom. A lot of times what you're going to do in that scenario is switch to an AA team if you have them, because Lae'zel is often usable when there's a wisdom lockout. Not always, but... So... Fun fact, there is a new Hew Maan stream. Huh? We're all Hew Maans here. Yes, I definitely am a real person and not just 3 goblins in a onesie. We're all humans now. Yeah. So... Confirmed 3 cats in a black shirt. Where's your trench coat? I only have 2 cats. Unless I'm the 3rd cat. Indeed, simple ape folk descendants here. What I do when Wiz isn't available is swap in swap it into the the background, yeah. Definitely not just 3. Don't wear in a trench coat. Okay. So yeah, I mean, overall, a high recommendation champion to unlock for a speed team. If you're already focused on absolute adversaries, you're not going to get use out of Hew Maan. However, a fully optimized Hew Maan speed team will likely outperform overall speed progression over an absolute adversary team. We're talking BBEG, Sentry, Shandy, Hew Maan, Whittle potentially, you know, the staples of a speed team will still overly contend with it. But as far as where they were ranked previously, we had them in the A+. Boop, boop, boop. And a lot of people contend that they should be an S, and I understand where they're coming from with that. But again, we are ranking people as their overall usefulness to the game, and while if we're just talking about Hew Maan, I will say yes, unlock them for a gem farm team. Absolutely. In a speed tier list, they would be up in the S, right next to Briv. AA speed team is great for clearing variants, but having to have that many champs is just lag. Yeah. They're not the greatest for a gem farm team. They help chew up armor too. They do. They absolutely do. Their buff is bad. Below average buff. Now and again, there's the argument, but I don't use them as a buffer. We're still ranking them based on what they offer to the game with their kit. You feel like Hew will have at least dropped to A-. We'll see. Let's take a look at the current list. By the way, welcome back T5 Cats. How you doing? Hew Maan is easily your most used champ, S tier, and an amount used A+ with the buff. You're like, Hew will have at least, yeah. Speed is just best utility you can have because it saves you real time. At the end of the day, like, there are so many ways you can combine speed at this. You don't see him dipping behind Vin. And I knew this was going to be a difficult one. If he drops below A+, we take off our coats and riot. So you don't have the personal stock here like you did for Warduke, but you did consider that. In the last tier, you moved Azaka to the top just because of one gigantic niche. You feel like Hew could be A+. I mean, one, Azaka's going to drop big time because of all the nerfs to an Azaka farm. The difference is, with that ranking, Azaka farm is literally the only way to do that. She is completely the only way you can do that. You can do multiple forms of speed teams without Hew Maan. Honestly, a fully invested Rivals team with BBEG and Sentry contends with Hew Maan. It's not as good, and there will be more lag. But you can basically get there. An AA speed team can contend, not as good as, can contend with it. There is no other way to make Azaka farming happen. Thank you for the follow, Agreenal? Agreenal. I hope that's how you pronounce that. Please keep your coat. One pair of thighs is enough for this stream. B- follow the other speed champions. In your opinion, he was arguably worse than any of them at buffing. Yeah. But mine are amazing, Dark Warrior. Questionable. But you can't get the best speed without Hew. I'm saying in the argument specifically against the Azaka comparison. But you can't, you could gym farm or Nixie farm. Not in the same way you can in Azaka farm. No. You can use gym to set up a good Azaka farm. But specifically the way you stack up and utilize an Azaka farm, it straight up just requires Azaka. And that's the only way you can do that. I mean, and again, there are other forms of gold find, but Venersa and Dynahair can contend too. I mean, there are ways to contend gold find, yeah, but we have to deal with ranking him primarily on his combat power. That's where he belongs. You're talking the, yeah. And we're not doing I mean, we do have to consider how good of a speed champion they are, for sure. Because Briv's nerf not skipping bosses is in a new run. And that's why Briv has become, just in my opinion, the overall better speed champ over Hew Maan, is that Briv can skip boss to boss to boss, and that actually goes faster than Hew Maan in a non-free play. Why is your replacement for Havlar in Azaka? Please keep Hew Maan above Nrakk, life is too short. I just don't know if I agree with that, honestly. Who clearly A+ or S kind of disagree with how highly we're valuing combat power niche, penalizing characters who aren't in it. Caius, I'm gonna slap you. B-, A+ or S? See, here's the thing. After we finish all of the seats, maybe we'll do, like, specific tier lists on one day. Like a DPS tier list, a speed tier list, all that. And in that scenario, yeah, Hew's going into S. By the standards I've laid out, again, we're comparing and contrasting. He is one of the best speed champions. One of. And that matters more in line, you have to then average out. I think A- is roughly where I'd go. Pushing power is overrated. I disagree. It's overrated as soon as you reach 2000, but if you're reaching 2000, you already have a speed team too, so. Who does offer some support options beyond speed depending on the column placement? True. You continue to disagree with the idea that everyone has to be fighty? In an overall tier list, I disagree. Which again, maybe one day we'll do like a speed tier list where they can shine. But, and maybe, that would be chaotic. Oh, I'll keep that one in my back pocket, a different idea ahead. But we have to also consider his S tier skins. A skin tier list would be fun too. As a speed champion, who is S tier, and as a support, low B, possibly even on par with Corazon for that damage buff. Fashion show, yeah. I think Van Ursa might win that one, honestly. Ken season skin after after Hew, we'll talk more about Corazon. Why, so we can make the stream die again? That wasn't cool. Another good tier list would be which is most important to unlock first. Yeah. That's even highly debatable these days too. Ugh. You just think Hew being the first champ, basically anyone has to level makes him A+. I just don't think he is the important go-to first to level anymore, necessarily. But I do see an argument for that being the case too. Oh, if Hew was still the only way to get that level of speed and progression, potentially, but I just... Yeah, Lae'zel carries speed fine until you're in a position to max Hew. Exactly. And in that scenario, I would say the speed to focus is Briv, not Hew Maan, if you're running the current AA team. If their speed is capped out, yeah. This is a harder one for sure. I keep convincing myself of different placements. After speed is capped, you're not putting any more levels out of that. That's way more levels you'd put into most, though. Background, though, him and Shandy outperform Briv, only in that he gives the time acceleration through his feats, which is a very minor boost, but... Because unless they changed it, the quest progression was unaffected by background. It was only the time acceleration feat. As well as who you would unlock first, speed plus reduced risk of being overwhelmed with item levels and feats needed. And of course it depends on who you plan to focus. Maybe you're doing it wrong, but Briv is your first champion you're dumping crazy item levels into. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Is he gonna... His jumps are important if you're looking to get speed rolling early, in my opinion. Tierlist, I wish existed. How much better does a champ get going from 100 item levels to 1,000? That would be a interesting one to set up. Alright, let's do a little test here. Just out of sheer curiosity, everyone who is able to type in chat, give me the rank you think of Hew Maan. I'm just curious. Just flat out the rank you think. This is a potion burning stream. I see a first time chatter in this one. I'm seeing I mean, we're all within the relatively same range. I will say I'm not considering S. I understand why you would contend for S. But yeah, there could be an argument for Lae'zel being slightly higher. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of A minus, some A plus, some B plus. Which doesn't help me too much, because that's my brain is dancing between all of those. I can see you got a highball if you want to haggle. Fair enough. I grew up with a family of hagglers. I hate haggling. Lae'zel is your Baldur's Gate 3 girlfriend. You agree she's too low. Someone likes being dominated. What if... in the spirit of everyone hating debuffers, and Hew Maan's speed being generally more important than the other speedsters in A+, I can see an A-. And there's even another kobold up there right above the debuffers. What do we feel about that? I'm not asking you, Dark Warrior. Move Nrakk down. Nrakk's too good. I'm sorry. Nrakk is A+. I can move him in that tier, but Nrakk is A+ in my book. Wait, wasn't Spurt an S? Spurt wasn't an S. Spurt was an A+. Got shimmied down to A- as we went on. think Hew is above Spurt? I could be convinced of that. We're moving on to how does everyone other than Dark Warrior feel? Well, we all know Dark Warrior's here for S. Head ranking niche champions. It's a thing. That's why I like finding an average. Hew below Vin and Gale, out of your mind. I've seen a few people that think A- Gatekeeper. Nrakk is E50 because of event buff? Yes, but still one of the highest positionals in the game, on top of buffing other people's positionals, on top of having a debuff. Very, very good. On top of good availability and usefulness with mini formations. There's plenty of people that had to go, but wanted him in S. I speak for the trees. Oops. Oh, Yeah, well, at any rate, I will be removing this E tier, so there's just the D to F tier. Maybe I'll make the old F tier like a waiting room bracket or something. Is the event buff still going on for Nrakk? Yes. For about, I think it was 16 more days I can check. For 16 days, 20 hours. We still have the Nrakk buff. Why are we putting Hew so high? Not as good for non-speed as Lae'zel or Shandy, in your opinion? I think Shandy definitely has fallen off a little bit. I can see we might move up Lae'zel, honestly. With her AA popularity and her speed mechanic as well. The speed effect is critical, but not enough to bump him that high. Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Hew has more than just speed in armor breaking and ultimate cooldown and attack speed bonuses. The buff is bad though, but good availability. And if you're looking for the optimal gem farm, is the best bet to work around. Empty E tier is fine, it shows how low the F champions are. But if we want a bracket that allows placement of champions in the meantime, we have to remove one of them. We don't need that though. Just to throw shade at Binwin. Gatekeeping, fun in your books, but surprised that Shadowheart isn't gatekeeping, considering she's a gatekeeper and a hater, along with being God's favorite princess. That's one way to describe her, I guess. Oh, man. Well, today was interesting. A lot of fights for a lot of spots. And for those who are here at the end, I got affiliate today, so there is the sub button. Do not feel obligated to do so, but I do appreciate it if you have a sub to offer, or a Prime sub just sitting there. That being said, we're in the cooldown period now. There's a plane that is very loud above me, shaking my house. We're in the cooldown here. I'll probably be on for about 10 to 15 more minutes. We've already gone pretty late, so we'll transition into talking about anything you guys want to in that time. I will be live. I don't even know is today Thursday, dude? I've lost all sense of everything lately. Yeah, so I will be live this Saturday with Seat 9, starting at 11:30 PST. Hew above Shadow the Heart Hog. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, want to chat about anything at the end here, just throw them out. But take a look at the old tier list at the end here. You just thought my computer was trying to take off. Thanks again for doing this. Sorry about being contrarian. You just have strong feelings about Nrakk and Hew Maan. That's fine, Lazy. Like I said earlier, I have no problem with people sharing their opinion, even if they will continually disagree with me. I don't care about that at all. Not that I don't care about your opinion, it's just I don't care about people being contrarian to me. I think it takes a little too much of a soft skin to be affected by that. I will laugh about it, but also consider it. So yeah, always throw your opinions, I don't care. You're good. Let's talk about Egbert. Talk about anything. How about local sports team? They really sports balled well the other night. I don't follow sports all that well. I'm sure they did sports ball quite well. What's the best variant for farming steelbone stacks? Is it Unexpected Geist? Yeah, I believe it is This Quest Stinks from Waterdeep. I covered that actually in my Briv video. Well, the Seed 5 video where I cover Briv. In that, I'll just showcase it real quick. If you're looking to just start a new run and farm, you're going to want to go... Oh, I'd have to end this, because I've already completed it. That's fine. We don't need it anymore anyway. Oh, but I was going to gold farm it at the end. Oh, well. Who cares? So, I believe I have it open on Vajra. This quest stinks. You'll see the X's in the formation there. Anyone who is adjacent to those X's, which are skunks in the variant, they deal no damage. So on Zone 1, Area 1, you just put Briv right there, throw on his healing spec, he will deal no damage to all the things that spawn, and he will just sit there and take a hit on Zone 1. Very useful for that. See you Saturday. See you then, Lazy. See you Saturday. To lament Nayeli's glitch feats some more? Yeah, well, it's gotta come up every time. It's relevant, and it's been relevant a lot. Any level is fine for Steelbones, just let max enemies stack up. The problem is you tend to just kill enemies, you know? You gotta find that perfect spot, but if you're starting a new run, this is the one to go to, absolutely. Eurovision drama? I don't know anything about Eurovision drama. No familiars, obviously? Yeah. You don't want the familiars murking out the spawn mobs, obviously. Again, thank you everyone who subbed. Shakens and Kaya's catching it before I even started, and the few others. You had Parada, P-Dog, Chibi, Stumgranite, and the laters Bayushi, Xenium, Rondo, Zycrin. Thank you all for subbing. Oh, I'll have to work on some of those familiars tonight after I put up the VOD, and, well, eat, then put up the VOD. Then start uploading Seed 5 to YouTube, and downloading this VOD. Oh, and I'm gonna have to stitch them together because I had to stop. Ah, that sucks. Let's talk about Karlach's abs. Dark Warrior, I think you need help, my man. That's... wow. Interesting. I have admittedly never kept up with Eurovision ever. So, your real life will take over on Saturday, so you have to miss that, but you'll argue about Shaka and Diana on Tuesday if you misplace them. So be careful. And give you that Egbert and Potion emotes. Egbert's harder. Potion's a maybe. A hard maybe. Well, a hard leaning toward yes. You started watching One for All. You'd love to see Vilthrin Vlahnya. In this game, maybe she could be a power-crept healer. Give people what they want. You guys just want Karlach abs, huh? Well, exclusively Cynics and Dark Warrior. Yeah, I don't know who Vlahnya is, actually. Let's see here. Oh, you know, when I was doing some research on that crew, I think I did see this character. I don't know anything about them, though. A Triton Cleric in One for All. Triton would be interesting, too, since Ishii does have Triton in the list of tall folk, I believe it was. I think it was Garwar said that was specifically there for like a pre-Warden, though. Something weird with the lore of Warden. But who knows? That'd be interesting. She's actually competent, unlike the trio. Not hard to do, right? An interested observer of Karlach abs. Install Baldur's Gate 3. There's plenty of Karlach abs to be had there. And mad as hell about it. A mad as hell cleric about stupid people, huh? I still hope we eventually get Minthara and Halsin from BG3. I'm surprised we didn't. Google it. You can Google it. Although, if we're going to talk about Kane's thighs, we could probably talk about Karlach's abs every now and then. Your computer can't run it? Fair. It is on console now, isn't it? Or maybe it always was, I don't remember. Or I think it specifically recently came out on the PS5, is that right? I don't remember. I don't know if you have any consoles though, Cynics. There's also a new ranger that has joined their crew that is more inept than the rest of the awful ones. Woof. To level up Dirge murder stacks, do you know the best adventure to use? One very common one is the Unexpected Geist. In Tall Tales, it will continually spawn undead that will respawn themselves after a time. So you can fill up the whole level 1 with 100 mobs that will just continually respawn and he'll just keep slapping them down. That's a great one for him. You really want Minthara when you beat her? Three Sermorphosis stacks and 1 champion would probably be too much, but waiting for the Switch version to come out? You're not convinced they'll do Halsin and Minthara since they aren't origin characters? The only reason they're doing well, that's a bit of a spoiler, so I'll stop there, but... Yeah, we'll see if they get to Minthara and Halsin. Another reason I think they would be a good fit is being Paladin and Druid, and they don't have those in that affiliation yet. They would be good fits. But, alas. What is the best way to raise favor above E80? You are annoyed at the endless and only getting low plus every time. I mean, at the end of the day, Azaka farming. Just getting your best gold find formation possible. I'm still iffy on that. I don't care, Bayushi, but I know some people might. So when I talk about spoilers, I'll throw out my spoiler tag. As far as people actively talking about them where anyone could read, I'm still deciding where I'm at with that. I don't care, but, you know, some people might. That's all. That affiliation is getting huge. Are we going to get one for every seat? I mean, that would be cool. You want them to finish the Saturday squad, though? You're excited about that? I'm curious to see where they're going to go with that for sure. Whether we're going to just get a lot of scavenging mechanics or, you know, an interesting DPS for them, maybe. A champion that would be good for the absolute adversaries that they never got. Oh, the Tiefling Bard. That'd be interesting to pair with Dirge. That's all I'll say about that. If that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see where they go with a lot of the future of this game, but yeah, we'll see. Give you a DPS support positional in Seat 8. You just want more synergy with Artemis. You hope you get Saturday morning characters that farms those Thayan crystals. Oh, yeah. That could be interesting to get additional emergence currency. As an AA player, don't we have enough AA already? At least for a while. I think filling them out isn't a terrible idea though, because 1, they're popular, that'll get more people in the game, but 2, they do have weird restrictions throughout that affiliation, so having more options for specific restrictions wouldn't be terrible. But I could also see them moving on from this point as well. I mean, you can have a full tadpole team already, but that does require feeds. So Twitch build, do channel points stay, or is it just the stream? I have been a consumer of Twitch since like 2000. Whenever it like branched out from Justin TV, I never was into Justin TV, but yeah, so like what, 2013 or something. At the end of the day, I still don't even use channel points for anything. I should try to set up something though, because I could make you guys like play alerts or something maybe with them. That'd be kind of fun. Beadle Grimm is a DPS support, just not at the same time. True, true. Yeah, they do stay here, but I don't think right now you can do anything with them on this stream. I still need to set stuff like that up. Oh, just getting it to actually work as affiliate and get the first emote in there was a lot. Yesterday it shouldn't have been, but it was. And then I need to work with stream elements too. Change the font color of subs. And I don't know if it's showing gifted subs. I don't know if it showed the one gift. We'll have to look into that. You can highlight your message. All right, well, there's one use, at least. I try to catch I don't catch everyone. I try to catch everyone, though. On Dev Insights, they teased about a potential Saturday squad that might buff the finding features of other affiliation members. Okay, yeah, I think that was mentioned before, too, yeah. That they'll buff the capability of farming the other scavenging mechanics. Not even sure that would be Hank or Bobby, probably. Yeah, I do mix up a lot of their names. Because I watched it as a kid, but I wasn't, like, into it. Egbert. Won't be positional. I wouldn't hate that personally, Cynics, but that would kind of suck for the meta of the game right now. But if they make that DPS really good just with their affiliation, that might be fine. And I wouldn't mind a bit of a transition away from positionals. I think we're leaning too much into that. That is definitely a personal preference thing, but it's my stream. I will say my opinion. Yeah. So, yeah, we got Seat 9 has some interesting ones we'll get to on Saturday. We can fight even more. Another day, another fight. Why did that get blocked? First of all, I'm allowing that, Chibi. I don't know why it blocked that. Literally, that message got blocked because the term fingers, because you might finger someone, I guess. That's ridiculous. You think they gotta raise the lifetime cap on some of those finding abilities? To be honest, 20 more drawn a day's rough. Yeah. Justin hates sticky debuff, so look forward to debuff getting less and less relevant. I think that's a mistake, but I kind of understand. Warduke was in an episode. They make a character that can pull Warduke into restrictions. And that would be interesting too, if they just lean into Warduke being the DPS of that squad somehow. You don't mind positionals as long as they mix them up with an affiliation. Lae'zel and Karlach both being in the same column is dumb. Yeah. I mean, Karlach at least does the column behind her as well, but yeah. So Tyredack can ignore you harder. When have I actually ignored you, Dark Warrior? Huh? Huh? Yeah, literally fingers, Chibi, was why your comment was blocked initially. You said fingers they, meaning you can finger they butthole? I don't know. Twitch is dumb with what they block. I'll leave it up though because I don't want people spamming actual stuff, you know. But yeah, that was a ridiculous one. Yeah, I like the concept of sticky debuffs too. Gotta run, thanks for the stream. Oh, thanks for stopping in, Bayushi. Thanks for the sub as well. All the time you cried yourself to sleep. Are you high, Dark Warrior? I think you might be right now. We're currently missing Hank, Eric, Sheila, and Bobby from the Saturday morning cartoon. I assume they won't place one of them, say 11, 6, or 8, due to the other people from the Saturday cartoon. Yeah, Strongheart, DM, and Warduke. The rest you have to abuse of power. Hey, the only comment I've ever not allowed / banned was a spammer. That's the only, and more to that point, on my YouTube channel for the entire 3 years I've had it, the only comments I've ever removed were porn bot spammers. That's it. Abusive Tyredack canceled. But that's what I'm saying, Dark Warrior. I'll be canceled for the things I allow, not the things I ignore. We need another Dragonborn too. I wouldn't say no to another Dragonborn. I think we need some other races before Dragonborn, but I like Dragonborn too. I want more Gobbies. I want a Dwarf team. Triton would be interesting. Oh, Venger? Yeah. I'm hit or miss on Venger, but it would make sense to get Venger. Your sarcasm detector needs to be recalibrated. Whose? No, see, you forget. I answer your sarcasm with sarcasm to just make it more awkward. Kobolds, goblins, dwarfs, indeed. They could spend like a year on the art and the mechanics. They could make tab, where you can select race and class. Oh, like you mean the base player of Baldur's Gate? That would be kind of interesting. You just need dragons for Dirge? Yeah. But there's not going to be any Dragonborn Ceramorphosis users, probably. Even if they do add more. Which is unfortunate for Dirge. He ignored you? You said yes. You want to see abuse, Dark Warrior? I will abuse you. Don't get me wrong. Man about to drop out for Elminster? Yeah. Yeah, Mahen's what, like literally like a day at this point? Let's see. Which definitely just leads into using Egg for Dirge. Yeah, 2 days. 2 days out. Abuse, you gotta pay extra for that. We need to get Will to work with Dirge better. Agreed. Even a human feat. Whoa, cancelled. Maybe. Maybe one day you'll read about the streamer that never was, that faded into obscurity. They made a book where they stated Venger is not super high level with crazy spells. Kids are lucky they're in One Piece. Yeah, Venger would definitely make sense. More with, like, Warduke. If they did, because there's a few mainstay villains of that franchise. I forget all their names, but... Wouldn't mind a full dragon comp, that could be fun. Dinner and anime time, have fun. You have fun too, T5? Gobble gobble. You're about to get banned? Do it. So, you saying that? Hold on. This, you put an image in my head. Okay, so, for anyone who hasn't seen... let me switch the scene real quick. For anyone who hasn't seen Watchmen, big spoilers ahead, okay? If you have not seen Watchmen, it's old. If you haven't, watch it. Otherwise, these are Omega spoilers for Watchmen. However, let's see. I butchered the spelling on that. The kids did fight Tiamat. That's a big fight. Watchmen is really, it is really good. But this is, in my opinion, one of the best death scenes in any movie ever. And specifically what Dark Warrior just said reminded me of it. So this is Dark Warrior as Rorschach, and this is me as Dr. Manhattan. Dark Warrior, no! Now, to come full circle, I will ban Dark Warrior. No, I'm not going to ban Dark Warrior. But on that note, that's the most intense threat you've ever seen. What if God was a kind of apathetic moron? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Dr. Manhattan in a nutshell there. Now you have to watch a movie again? Man, do it. Such a good movie. And I will say, I am personally a huge stickler for staying as close to the source material as you can when putting something to the big screen. I hate it when they try to change everything. Why are you even doing that content at that point if you're not going to at least try somewhat to stay close to the source material? That being said, the Watchmen movie does change something that I don't think was necessarily a bad choice. I won't say what, but most of you who know the story will probably know what I'm talking about. But they made a choice to change something that was a pretty big change, but it had the same impact and it made just as much sense to the world and didn't change the overarching themes to the story. So I thought it was fine. But yeah, no. Good, well acted movie though. Well acted all around. Excellent choice for Rorschach. Excellent choice for Night Owl. Decent choice for, what's her name, Silk Spectre. Frickin' comedian, man. Whew. Jeffrey Dean Morgan as comedian. So perfect. Yeah, Chuck from Supernatural. I'm very familiar with that too. You're in the other direction. You really like the graphic novel and wish the movie didn't. See, and I can at least understand that take, right? Because I am normally a stickler for that kind of thing. I do think at least in what they did change, it didn't change the themes and the importance of the characters and what happened, at least, is kind of what I'm saying. But I get why you would want it to be the same, though. The Boys makes ludicrous changes, but it's way better. I actually disagree with that. I was a fan of The Boys before it became a show, and they made some changes that lessened one of my favorite characters in the franchise, and that bugged me. Good night, Rip Dark Warrior. You will be missed. Have a good night, Parada. Thank you from the void. You did watch a couple of seasons of Supernatural, but you have no idea who... Chuck came in a little later, and it revealed who they were later as well. But Supernatural, stop at season 5. Do yourself a favor. After the Lucifer arc, do yourself a favor and don't watch it anymore. It's perfection up to that point, and then it falls off hard. Was it Noor? No. That too, though. It was I say it's one of my favorite characters. I can't even remember the name. Because he was just the dude. The guy in control of Homelander. Oh, what was his name? For just being a guy, I loved how he handled every situation. And then, yeah, they just like completely removed that character. Rewrote and removed. Let me just look up. Why can't I think of his name? That's going to bug me. Supernatural jumped the shark at the end of season 5. Your completionist, though. I tried finishing Supernatural, and I just couldn't. I lost so much interest near, I don't even remember, like season 10, I think. I tried, man. But season 5, if you want good content, season 1 through 5 is great. Then he was... Yeah, they did replace the character with the actress and completely changed the dynamic with Homelander, and then also made that character just not even that character. That's what was important to me, is it wasn't even that character regardless of the cast change. But yeah, that character was an amazing character to watch throughout the actual book. But yeah, I do like a lot of the things the show does, though. The show is fun. Egbert makes a good point. Yes. But yeah, we're going to wrap up here real soon because my stomach is yelling at me and I need to get a few things done. But this is killing me that I can't think of the character's name. James Stillwell. There we go. Yeah, James Stillwell. You were binging the show until like season 7. Now you're watching an episode a week and struggling to keep interest. Are we talking about Supernatural? Oh, yeah. So what was season 7 the Leviathans? Because, man, Yeah. It is and it isn't, Caius. Like, they were weird with how they handled it. They had it as a different character first, and then said, oh, this is actually him, and then it's still not really him, and it's just kind of weird. Yeah, the Leviathans were rough, dude. Supernatural 5 had the best commercial, the episode with Death. Oh, there were so many... Season 5 was so good of Supernatural. So good. Hey, ass butt. Oh, that's such a good show. I need to rewatch it. But, oh man, I think I'm going to have to call it there. Got some things I got to get done, and we've been live for a long time. Over 5 hours at this point. Thanks everyone for stopping in. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the follows. Covered Season 8 with a lot of confrontation. Cover Season 9 on Saturday at 11:30 PST. Probably not with quite as much confrontation, but there's always confrontation. Thanks for coming in. And yeah, like Void just said, everyone have a good morning, day, and night. Fight you? You're already dead, Dark Warrior. I exploded you. Come on.